113, subsection 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Orders 150, subsection 3, the House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on Division of Revenue, Bill number 10 of the year 2025, that was laid on the table of the National Assembly on the 18th day of June, and approves the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill number 10 of the year 2025. The Committee on Mediation arrived at 415 billion shillings, being the shareable revenue to county for the financial year 2025-2026, having had about 4 sittings to mediate the differences between the National Assembly and the Senate. So kindly allow me to hand over to the national live broadcast of the National Assembly this afternoon that will be presided over by the Speaker of the House, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula.
Mheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utasame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
The Speaker of the National Assembly, who is currently presiding over the business of the National Assembly, has directed the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes by the Sergeant at Arms to allow for members of Parliament within the presence of Parliament to make their way into the chamber this afternoon, to allow for the proper quoration of the House for the National Assembly to commence the consideration of businesses. Before I handed you over, I was just taking you through the motion number 13, where the National Assembly will this afternoon be considering the mediated version of the bill, and the bill in question is the Division of Revenue Bill that states the amounts of the shareable revenue to counties. And after having sat for 4 sittings, the committee appointed from both houses of Parliament voted unanimously to adopt 415 billion shillings yesterday. And now what remains is for the both chairpersons to present a mediated version of the bill to the respective houses. At the National Assembly, we have the chair on budget, Honorable Samuel Atandi, presenting this bill at the National Assembly for the House to consider the mediated version on Division of Revenue Bill. The consideration of nominees for appointment to the Public Benefit Organization Dispute Tribunal is a special motion to be considered by the National Assembly this afternoon. This motion is by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. In the motion, the Chair of JLAC is seeking to have the National Assembly, on behalf of the JLAC Committee, approve the appointment of about 5 nominees to the Public Benefit Organization Dispute Tribunal. They are Eunice Otieno Arwa as the chairperson, Christabel Midiva Aboso as a member, Elizabeth Mbithe Mulwa as a member, and Leonard Kinyulusi a member, and finally Mohammed Sheikh Noor as a member. Let's now have a look at its person to Standing Orders of the House, Standing Orders number 44, subsection 2C, where members of Parliament are empowered by these standing orders of the National Assembly to seek and request for statements. The Honourable Member for Loima, Honourable Protas Akunja, will be requesting for a statement on the delay in the implementation of infrastructural projects earmarked for the financial year 2024-2025. And this request for the statement on the delayed implementation of infrastructural projects
to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 19th, 2025. Number 1, the legal notice number 107 of 12 June 2025 relating to the graphic health warnings for tobacco products, explanatory memorandum, and other accompanying documents from the Minister of Health to be referred to the Committee on Delegated Legislation. The report of the Auditor General on Riamo Technical and Vocational College for the years ended 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, and 30th June 2024, and the certificates therein. Report of the Auditor General on Borabu Technical Training Institute for the year ended 30th June 2022, and the certificate therein. Report of the Auditor General on Riatirimba Technical and Vocational College for the years ended 30th June 2022, and 30th June 2023, and 30th June 2024, and the certificates therein. Report of the Auditor General on Nairobi International Financial Center Authority for the years ended 30th June 2023 and 30th June 2024, and the certificates therein. Report of the Auditor General on the Kiambu National Polytechnic and Kiambu Institute of Science and Technology, KIST, for the years ended 30th June 2023 and 30th June 2024, and the certificates therein. Report of the Auditor General on hybrid generation of office grid power systems credit number CKE 106601L for the years ended 30th June 2019 and 30th June 2020, and the certificates therein. Kenya Power and Lighting Company, PLC. Report of the Auditor General on Lunga Lunga Technical and Vocational College for the year ended 30th June 2022, and the certificates therein. Report of the Auditor General on audit of Human Resource Information System, Kenya, and the certificates therein. Audited financial statements for the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority for the year ended 30th June 2024. Report of the Auditor General on Chepalungu Technical Training Institute for the year ended 30th June 2022, and the certificates therein. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024, and the certificates therein in respect of A. Moani Boys Secondary School, Kasieku Boys High, Kadinotunga High Mosocho, Asumbi Girls High School, Moi Nyabohanze Girls High School, Nyabururu Girls National High School, Kisi High School, Kanga High School, St. Joseph's Nyabigena Boys High School, Voi Boys High School, Murray Girls High School, St. Mary's High School, Lushangony, Isiolo Boys School, Njonjo Girls High School, St. Stephen's Luanga Girls Secondary School, Moyale Boys Secondary School, Bishop Sulumeti Chelelemuk Girls High School, AIC Kiome Boys Secondary School, Kenyatta High School, St. Anne's Mudale Girls Secondary School, St. Bakita Bahati Girls Secondary School, Molo Academy Boys Secondary School, Elbagon Secondary School, Naivasha High School, Jomo Kenyatta Girls High School, Ribe Boys High School, Kombeni Girls Secondary School, Marifano Secondary School, Wenje Secondary School, and Hola Secondary School. Honourable Speaker, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and the certificates therein in respect of the following technical and vocational colleges: Tetu, Kieni, Kipipiri, Kandara, Ndaragwa, Lamu East, and Nachu. Honorable Speaker, there is also the report of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024, and the certificate therein in respect of the following technical training institute, and that is Mukurweini and Madenge. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023 and 30th June 2024, and the certificates therein in respect of the following technical and vocational colleges, Honorable Speaker, and that is Madera, Mwea, Kigumo, Weru, Garsen, and Kamkunji. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Honorable Soro. Next. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 19th June 2025. The report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its own consideration of the fourth basis for revenue sharing for county governments.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its report on the consideration of the fourth basis for revenue sharing for county governments, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 19th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 217, Sub 1 and 4 of the Constitution, on allocation of the share of national revenue among counties, this House concurs with the Senate and approves the fourth basis for the annual allocation of the share of national revenue to the county level of governments without amendments.
Thank you. Majority Whip, where is the Chair of Finance and the leader of the majority party? I wanted to dispose of the questions.
Honorable Speaker, the Chair of Finance is on his way. We may skip a little bit, and the leader of majority will get here a little bit late today. Oh, but the deputy majority leader is around.
Okay. Is there a member of the Finance Committee who can hold brief when we put the question at third reading? Yes, you can do that. Okay. Okay, honorable members, order. Honorable members, I want us to dispose of the questions. I believe you have your supplementary order paper. Dispose of questions at order number 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Then we go to statements before we come back to order number 13 and eventually go into the committee of the whole. Before we call out, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery Kiamuriuki Primary School from Chuka Igambangombe, Tarakaniti, Unity High School from Naivasha in Nakuru, Kamba Secondary School from Ndaragwa, Nyandarua, and in the public gallery we have Korongoi Girls School from Bureti in Kericho County. On behalf of, yes, Honorable Member, you want to then do it for everybody?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of this House, we want to welcome all the students from all the counties and the schools that are here today, especially Korongo Girls, the most progressive school and the most disciplined girls' school in my constituency. On behalf of Parliament and the rest of us here, we welcome you to this honorable House to be able to see the proceedings and the things that do happen in furthering the welfare and the education of our students in the country. We welcome to this hallowed place and enjoy your time while you're here. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the Speaker and the House, we welcome all the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Owen, are you ready? Can we now go to order number 8?
Order number 8, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025, question to be put and third reading.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to...
Members at the bar, take the nearest seats.
Okay.
Go on. DK, where's your nearest seat? Wamboka, where's your nearest seat?
Nearest to the Speaker.
Go ahead.
I beg to move that Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025 be now read a third time. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank members who participated in the debate and eventual completion of this very important piece of legislation so that we are within the time frame, Honorable Speaker. And having said that, I would like to request Honorable Kwenya Thuku, who was one of the members that contributed very much in this bill, to actually second. No, he was there.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to take this opportunity to second the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025 be now read a third time. I'll now put the question, and I'm satisfied we have quorum. And the question is that the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025 be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the laws relating to various taxes and duties and for matters incidental thereto.
Next order.
Order number 9, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023, question to be put and third reading.
Thank you. Order. Order, KJ and your colleague, take your seats. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023, be now read a third time. Honorable Speaker, again, I want to thank the members who participated yesterday. Yesterday, we had a full house here of, not full house in terms of numbers, but people who actually combed through the bill. And we had a robust debate, Honorable Speaker, and this is a good piece of legislation. Yes, we had the numbers. And I want to thank the members that stayed to debate and to actually go clause by clause. And I also want to thank the chair, Honorable Speaker, who was there. The two chairs, David Ochieng and Kaluma, the sacrifice. We went up to, I think, 9 o'clock, and we did.
There is no sacrifice. They were working.
They were working.
Yes.
They were working. And they did a good job. If you have something like tea, too, you can give the two gentlemen for a good job. But then I also want to call Irene Mayaka, who was here throughout. Yes, to second
You know, I always think you are a third-term member. So Irene Mayaka, please second this bill. Thank you.
Yes, Irene, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023, be now read a third time. We put the question? And I confirm that we have quorum in the House. I now put the question, which is that the National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023, be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the establishment, roles and functions of the Kenya National Council for Population and Development, and for the establishment of the board of the council and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025, second reading, question to be put.
Minority Whip, take your seat. Honorable Millie, take your seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 10, which is that the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issuance of a sum of money out of the consolidated fund and its application towards the service for the year ending on the 30th June 2026, and to appropriate that sum and a sum voted on account by the National Assembly for certain public services and purposes.
Next.
Order number 11, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2025, second reading, question to be put.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 11, which is that the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2025, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issue of a sum of money out of the Equalization Fund and its application towards the service of the year ending 30th June 2026, to appropriate that sum for certain public basic services and for connected purposes.
Honorable members, you'll note, Majority Leader, that at order number 14, you will be going to a committee of the whole on order number 10 and order number 11. So be ready for that. Next.
Order number 12, the Kenya Roads Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2025, second reading, question to be put.
Order. Honorable Wanjala, take the nearest seat. Benja, take your seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 12, which is that the Kenya Roads Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2025, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Kenya Roads Act.
Let's go back to order number 7.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Harun Suleha. Is Honorable Harun Suleha in the house?
Yes.
Where is she? Go ahead.
To do what?
Harun, you have no statement to make. You are listed as having a statement to make on behalf of Gitonga Mukunji. You are not in the picture. Questions, statement stayed. Next is Honorable Protas Akuja, member for Loima.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker,
yes.
I rise to request for a statement regarding the status of social services project earmarked by Budget and Appropriation Committee during the public hearing in the year 2024-25 financial year. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriation Committee regarding delay in implementation of infrastructural projects earmarked for financial year 2024-2025. Honorable Speaker, following a public participation hearing by the Budget and Appropriation Committee in Turkana County in the current financial year 2024-2025, Turkana County was allocated 100 million to be shared among 6 constituencies for projects allocation identified by constituents through their respective members of parliament. These specific projects were in the itemized budget and captured in the budget books as approved by this House for implementation by the respective state departments. Loima constituency had 2 sets of infrastructural projects falling under the State Department of Basic Education and State Department for TVETs. They included implementations of projects at St. Bakita Girls Secondary School, which included construction of teachers' houses, ablution blocks, and classrooms, together with construction of perimeter wall or fence at Loima Technical and Vocational Training. The implementation of these projects has not commenced despite funds being budgeted and allocated in the fourth heads, noting that the financial year is coming to an end. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek statement from the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the following. Report on the status for implementation of projects approved by Budget and Appropriation Committee during the public participation hearing in the year 2024-2025 financial year. Number 2, report indicating the amount of funds released to institutions for implementation of the identified projects. And 3, specific measures being taken to ensure funds have been released and implementation of projects as commenced before closure of the financial year 2024-2025. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Budget Committee Chair, Atandi, when can you bring a response? Can we do it by Thursday next week?
Yes, agreed.
Thursday next week?
Yeah, I'm in agreement.
Thank you. Ariko Namoit, Turkana South. Honorable Ariko Namoit, go ahead, Ariko. Give Honorable Ariko. Which one? No, we'll come back to it. Yes, I called and she was not ready. Namoit, give him the mic. You don't have your statement.
Yes.
Why?
They have not supplied it yet to me.
The order paper was out yesterday and you ought to have seen that you are listed to request for a statement.
Honorable Speaker, I've gone to the table office. They said it's here. What do I do?
What you ought to do is when you file a statement at the table office, you retain a copy. You ready now?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Who has a point of order? Benja, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, Dr. Rico is my member in Finance Committee, and I know him very well. And the gentleman standing there is not Dr. Rico, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know how.
I know that.
I don't know why. He's not Dr. Rico, Mr. Speaker.
And I know where Rico sits in this house. Emade, do you have authority?
Yes, Your Honorable Speaker.
The standing orders are very clear. If your colleague wants you to transact any matter on his or her behalf, they have to write to the Speaker. I have received no such written request. So take your seat. I have now been shown a written request which was not available to me. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thought I would go through that and then just be dismissed.
Go ahead.
Request for statement regarding delay in disbursement of funds from the Hunger Safety Net Program. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection regarding delays in the disbursement of funds under the Hunger Safety Net Program. Honorable Speaker, the Hunger Safety Net Program, HSNP, is one of the flagship social protection initiatives under the Kenya National Safety Net Program and is implemented through the National Drought Management Authority, NDMA. The program targets vulnerable populations in the arid and semi-arid areas by providing predictable and regular cash transfers aimed at cushioning vulnerable households from food insecurity and poverty. Regrettably, for close to 8 months now, beneficiaries under the HSNP have not received the funds. This delay has impacted over 100,000 households, exacerbating hunger, malnutrition, and deepening poverty in the affected areas. This non-disbursement negatively affects the socio-economic status of the communities dependent on the programs. Further, the lack of representation of persons from arid and semi-arid areas in the National Drought Management Authority raises concerns on the effective management of the challenges faced in the areas. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection on the following. 1. A report on the status of disbursement of funds from the Hunger Safety Net Program to support vulnerable populations in the arid and semi-arid areas, including Turkana County. 2. The reasons for the delay in the disbursement of cash transfer to the vulnerable groups, and a report on challenges facing HSNP related to financing, operations, and communication. And 3, a report on the human resource audit undertaken at the National Drought Management Authority and raising allegations of disparities in ethnic and regional representation of beneficiaries under the HSNP. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Emade. Alice Nganga, or who is in charge of social protection? Yes, Lochaka Pong.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the request of that statement is misdirected because Hunger Safety Net sits in National Drought Management Authority, which is in Asals, that is being oversighted by the Regional Development Committee.
So your committee?
Yes.
Alice Nganga, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It is not under us. It is not under us administratively. Even other standing orders.
So I direct that your request goes to the correct committee chaired by Honorable Lochakapong. When can you bring a response?
ordinarily it would be 2 weeks, but now I think we're going for recess, maybe the first week after recess.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Response to a request by David Kiplagat, Education. I have been told by the Chair Education that he is not ready today, and the Honorable Questioner David is just chatting away, is not paying any attention. David.
Yes.
You are chatting away the afternoon when you are part of our business. Your statement will be responded to next week on Wednesday. No, you can't. You are not even paying attention. Yes, pardon? Yes, Tongoyo?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you recall last week I did promise the House that today, the Thursday, we were supposed to have the CS Interior appearing before the committee to respond to several statements numbering about 17 to 18 that has been were asked by members of this House. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, the CS did write a letter to us last evening indicating that there is ongoing cabinet retreat, thus making him unavailable for today's meeting. Honorable Speaker, and considering that we are going for recess, hopefully next week, I need your guidance on what I should do with the statement from the members. It's a big backlog, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Tongoyo. Indeed, we did agree that the minister will be appearing before your committee. I'm also aware that there is a cabinet retreat. In fact, I had delegated the majority leader to go and address the cabinet retreat, which he has done and just come back. So ensure, majority leader, that the Minister for Internal Security is here on Wednesday to respond to those homicide cases and the requests for explanation. And on the backlog of statements, we are going on recess, but committees will be going on. So pick any date in the course of the recess, notify your colleagues who have statements to come and appear to prosecute them before you. Yes, Wangari?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for indulging me. Mr. Speaker, I had requested a statement on betting, specifically on the game of Aviator, which was before the last recess. You directed that it be responded after recess. Mr. Speaker, I'm worried we are going to another recess and there is still no communication on that statement. Finance Committee.
Is the Chair of Finance here? What you do, Wangari, fish out the copy of the statement and drop at my office. I'll give direction. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the following schools in the Speaker's Gallery. Muren Girls from Mwatate in Taita Taveta. Students, when your school is called, you stand up to be acknowledged. Alliance Boys High School from Kikuyu, Kiambu. In the public gallery, Malivani AIC Primary School from Makueni. Ibara Girls Boarding from Borabu, Nyamira. Yes, Majority Leader.
Allow me, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the House, to welcome the schools present, the school from Nyamira, and of course, the Alliance High School. Honorable Speaker, exactly 31 years ago, exactly 31 years ago, I left the Alliance High School as a young man, very determined to serve the world, because we had a school motto that said, "You are strong to serve." And every day in the morning we prayed to God that He may give us the strength to grow up to be men who are strong in body, mind, and character to serve fellow men faithfully. So allow me to welcome these students and tell them that they are strong to serve, and they are welcome to the National Assembly, where their representatives represent them and the people of Kenya. And as they work hard in school, they must bear in mind that this country looks up to them, not just as the future leaders, but also as present, active citizens of our country. And we want them to be the best examples that they can be to the rest of the young people, Honorable Speaker. And I welcome them to the... I was in Smith House, House Captain Smith House, and the senior prefect in charge of discipline, Honorable Speaker. That is why you find me being a very disciplined person, because of what I had to lead by example. And that is why even now when I lead here, I want to ensure that each and every one of us, including the member for Juja, becomes a disciplined legislator. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. You know, you as truly here went to a better school called Friends School Kamsinga. But two of my sons went to the Alliance High School. Yes, member for Mwatate, Mbogo. Hey, Mbogo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to welcome my students from Mari Girls High School in Mwatate constituency, Taita Taveta County. Mr. Speaker, this is a top-performing school in Mwatate and one of the best-performing schools in the Coast region, and I feel honored to have them here in the National Assembly. To the students, let me encourage you to make sure you gather lots of information on National Assembly's establishment and roles during this visit and throughout your trip in Nairobi. This exposure is fundamental to your studies and also to some of you who are aspiring to be leaders in the near future, to know exactly what happens in this legislative arm of government. Karibuni sana and feel welcomed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mbogo. Next. Clerk, next. Yes, Emily Odhiambo.
Mr. Speaker, of course, I do welcome the students that have come here, but that's not the reason why I'm standing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes. I just wanted to get clarity whether Honorable Wamushomba, is properly dressed. Order. Because she's adorning party colors. She's wearing yellow, her dress is yellow, her shoes are yellow, Order. Everything about her is yellow. Is it appropriate to wear party colors in the House? Because she's adorning UDA colors, Mr. Speaker. And it's against the standing orders of the House. I'm focusing on Wamushomba.
Order, Wamushomba. Nobody has invited you to say anything. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, Wamushomba. Honorable Millie, in the order. In my communication about dress code, the Speaker never prohibited any colors. What we will discourage are party symbols in the House. The Speaker is colorblind in terms of the color of the clothing you wear. So Honorable Wamushomba is properly dressed. Yes, KJ.
Mr. Speaker, my concern is in the veracity of the information being given by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Is she really in order to contend that the Honorable Wamushomba is in yellow and everything that she has on is in yellow? What measures does the Honorable Millie Odhiambo have to confirm that everything that Honorable Amushomba has is in yellow? We would be very concerned, and I saw my leader of my majority, almost my whip, almost rising because of concern is that the colors are my UDA color party colors, and I do not know how Millie can verify that everything is in yellow. Or has Amushomba come back to the party and promoting the ideals of my...
That is enough comic relief. We can go on with other matters. Yes, Wamchomba, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that my colleague and my senior Honorable Millie Odhiambo can only see Gathoni Wamushomba in the whole house. Yet behind here there is yellow colors. Even our seats have yellow. Yes, the emblem has yellow. I don't know, why are you so particular about yellow? Why are you so particular about this wonderful lady who is in black and yellow? It is because you know I have come here to dissect the finance bill and protect the wish of the Kenyans who you have refused to talk for. That is why you are all talking about me, because you know I am here because you have failed.
Order, members. Order. Order. Honorable Mchomba, you are out of debt. The finance bill is way behind us. It is now in the annals of parliamentary history and is going to be implemented. So if that's what you came for, then you are out of debt. Let's end there. Suleha, you have authority to present a statement, request for a statement. Is it a request or just a statement to be made?
It's a general statement.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 43.1, I rise to make a statement of great national importance regarding a blood donation drive scheduled to be hosted by the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, KYPA, on Monday, 23rd June 2025 within Parliament buildings. Honorable Speaker, the KYPA has organized a blood donation drive within Parliament in commemoration of the 2025 World Day, which was observed last week on the 14th of June 2025. This event comes at a time when the country is facing a persistent shortfall in blood supply, with the annual national demand for far outpacing the available voluntarily blood donations. While our health professionals have been working tirelessly to save lives, many patients have to wait and sometimes perish in the course of waiting, simply because the blood was not available in time. This situation calls on us parliamentarians, by virtue of our unique positions, to influence positive change in embracing voluntarily blood donation to save lives. This is because our voices as leaders can shape public opinion, inspire trust, and unlock positive response to the much needed resources for the national blood service. Honorable Speaker, it's for this reason that I invite all members of this House to participate in the blood donation drive on Monday, 23rd June 2025, here in Parliament. Your participation in the drive will be greatly symbolic and transformative. I also encourage participation members to use their platforms both here in Parliament and in the constituencies and counties to create awareness on blood donation and address the cultural, religious, and logistical barriers that hinder voluntarily blood donation. This will inspire the constituent to participate in the ongoing and future blood donation drives to boost blood our banks. Honorable Speaker, to further encourage voluntarily blood donation in the country, I call upon the House to support legislative and budgetary efforts to strengthen Kenya's blood donation system, including modernization of the blood infrastructure, promoting plasma fluctuation, and enabling blood service reimbursement under the Social Health Insurance Fund. At an appropriate stage, I will table a motion to declare the month of June as Kenya's National Blood Donation Month. This will serve as a lasting legacy that will institutionalize annual nationwide blood donation efforts in the country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Suleha. Honorable members, we go to the next order.
Order number 13, motion. Approval of the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025.
Majority Leader's Thursday statement. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The clerk was in a rush. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 17th June 2025, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from Honorable Farah Maalim and Honorable KJ, they are very close to me. And this is why, Honorable Speaker, because members don't ordinarily listen to this statement, that is why you hear the Honorable Wamushomba not being aware what business was being transacted in the week. So it is important.
Honorable Wamushomba, just be courteous to your colleagues. He was not being rude. He just said you missed the point because people didn't listen. Order, Wamushomba. It is out of order and indecent for a lady to tell another member, kwenda huko wewe. You should not behave like that. Order, Honorable Wamushomba.
You know, Honorable Speaker, thank you for your protection. I was making this point not just for Honorable Wamushomba's sake, for the sake of all members of Parliament and the country at large. Honorable Wamushomba might have been here yesterday, but she clearly was not aware that the finance bill was being transacted on yesterday. We finished with debate on second reading the day before. We dealt with Committee of the Whole House yesterday, finalized, and you just put the question this afternoon. Therefore, Honorable Wamushomba should just be courteous and pay attention to what goes on in the House better than what goes on out there. Honorable Speaker, with regard to business now scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to continue with consideration of the following bills, should they not be concluded today. The second reading of the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 39 of 2023, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill of 2025, and the Kenya Institute of Primate Research Bill of 2024. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, debate will be undertaken on the following motions, some of which are listed in today's order paper. 1, consideration of the 4th generation revenue sharing formula for counties, which you made a communication on yesterday. 2 is consideration of Senate amendments to the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2023, and resultant committee of the whole House. 3 is consideration of the performance audit report on the provision of services to persons with disabilities by the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. And 4, consideration of comprehensive economic partnership agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 44A, 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, as you had directed, is scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 25th June 2025, to respond to the following concerns raised by members regarding the circumstances surrounding the death of Mr. Albert Ojwang. In addition, the Cabinet Secretary will respond to the following questions. Question number 058 of 2025 by the member for Ariada, the Honorable Otiende Amolo MP, regarding police brutality against peaceful protesters and unarmed civilians. 2, question number 059 of 2025 by the member for Nairobi County, the Honorable Esther Passaris MP, regarding the implementation of the body-worn cameras in the police force. And 3, question number 060 of 2025 by the member for Suba North, Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona MP, regarding the deaths of persons while in police custody. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to remind members that the House is scheduled to proceed for a short recess next week. As such, members should note that the House may be required to sit longer or have additional sittings on some days to conclude priority business before proceeding on recess at the end of that week. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee shall reconvene again on Tuesday, 24th June 2025 to schedule business for the rest of the week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, approval of the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025.
Chair, Budget and Appropriations.
Honorable report of the Mediation Committee, Division of Revenue, National Assembly Bills number 10. Honorable Speaker, was consulted by the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate, pursuant to Standing Orders 149 of the National Assembly and Standing Order 166 of the Senate. Honorable Speaker, the committee was established to facilitate consensus between both the houses on the Division of Revenue Bill 2025. Honorable Speaker, our primary role was to reconcile the differences that had arisen between the National Assembly and the Senate on the proposed allocation of revenue between the national and county governments. Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform members that the National Assembly had proposed to allocate equitable share to counties of 405.1 billion, while the Senate had proposed to allocate 465 billion to counties as equitable share to counties. Honorable Speaker, in the course of our mediation, we held a total of 4 meetings. And Honorable Speaker, the process of mediation requires extensive consultations. And to date, I would like to thank the various stakeholders who engaged us in the process of arriving at the mediated figure. And I want to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, because at some stage we had to engage the presidency to help us iron out some of the challenges that we had in the process. Also, I would like to thank the National Treasury, because we also had to talk to National Treasury so that we could be able to arrive at a figure that was agreeable to both the parties. Honorable Speaker, in the process of mediation, we learned so many things. Honorable Speaker, county governments are doing tremendous programs. And there are so many programs that counties are doing that are not, that most of our members are not aware of. And many times, Honorable Speaker, you'll find that most of us may be castigating counties and saying counties are not making very good progress. I would like to confirm to this House, Honorable Speaker, that we realize that counties are doing so much, especially in the area of facilitating government program, national government program, like in the health sector. Many counties have already onboarded so many people into the SHA programs. And they are working very hard to ensure that some of these programs are successful. Honorable Speaker, also there are programs that the national government and county governments are engaged in partnership, some of which involve construction of KIPes, County Aggregation and Industrial Parks. Most counties, Honorable Speaker, have been able to finish some of those programs. Honorable Speaker, there are also programs involving agriculture that counties are engaging in. Many counties are also succeeding in doing a lot of infrastructure like tarmacking of roads. So, Honorable Speaker, the amounts of money we allocate to counties is not in vain, Honorable Speaker. And I want to confirm that both the President and this House are committed to devolution. And to see that the national government is committed to devolution is to see that, Honorable Speaker, we were able to arrive at a figure which is historical, Honorable Speaker. This is a historical figure, Honorable Speaker, because we were able to move through the mediation process from a figure of 405 billion to a figure of 415 billion, Honorable Speaker. That is an increase of about 10 billion that we were able to realize. Honorable Speaker, this shows that this House and the national government are both committed to devolution. I want to confirm to members of the Orange Democratic Movement Party that this figure that has been agreed upon between the National Assembly and the Senate is very, very progressive. And I would like to ask them to accept this figure because this is a step in the right direction to ensuring that ultimately devolution succeeds. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that when you were in the process of mediation, there are some issues that came up. One of the issues that came up, Honorable Speaker, is that there are what we call non-discretionary expenditures. These are expenditures that are due to counties not because of their own liking, but because of some of the programs they are doing in consultation with the national government. Mr. Speaker, these expenditures, non-discretionary expenditures, they total to about 34 billion shillings. And Honorable Speaker, counties have been grappling with how to realize resources to fund these programs. That is the reason, Honorable Speaker, that we decided in our mediation process that we need to enhance the share of allocation to counties by about 27 billion, Honorable Speaker, because this financial year, you remember that the share of allocation to counties is 387 billion. But we were able to add a total of about 27 billion to help these counties be able to fund what we call non-discretionary expenditures. Honorable Speaker, some of these expenditures include housing levy deductions. Honorable Speaker, when the housing levy was introduced, it was not anticipated that counties would be able to incur additional expenditures courtesy of this law. Honorable Speaker, these deductions annually is about 4.1 billion. Honorable Speaker, another non-discretionary expenditure which we realize counties have to bear involve enhanced contribution to NSSF, courtesy of the law that we passed here, increasing allocations to NSSF, contributions to NSSF. Honorable Speaker, there are matching allocations to KIPES, matching allocations to CHPs. Honorable Speaker, all these, expenditures require that we be able to increase our allocations to counties. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that, the process went on very well. We held 4 successful mediation meetings, and ultimately we came to a conclusion that this amount of money is going to help our countries to advance and to prosper. And therefore, I would like to urge members of this House to support this report to allow us to adopt it and be able to move forward. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I would like to beg to move and I call upon my able Vice Chairman, the Honorable Dr. Pukose, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to second the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill, and I want to join my chair in thanking the honorable members from the National Assembly who are in that mediation team, including my neighbor here, Honorable GK, Honorable Naisula Lesuta. We also had Honorable Mishi, Samsam, the women rep for Mombasa, and others who are not here now. Honorable Speaker, we also want to thank the Senate team led by Senator Roper for the understanding at the negotiation and agreeing on the mediated figure of 410 billion. Honorable Speaker, this is money that is going to the 47 counties. And once this money has gone to the counties, the law states that the money that has already been appropriated to the counties, it cannot be reduced, despite the fact that maybe the collections might not be, by a KRA, might not reach the target. And that means the national government will bear responsibility. So, putting that into consideration, we want to urge the counties that once you've gotten this money, let's use the money judiciously, let's the money go into the projects for which they are meant to, because, Honorable Speaker, whenever you visit counties, some counties like I think Elgeyo Marakwet, Taita Taveta, they've not been able to realize serious development because they are saying with this current formula, they are not able to do any development. But after this mediation, with the new formula now from the CRA, and approved by the Senate and which has been forwarded to this House. What it means is that all the 12 counties which were not able to realize meaningful development will now be able to at least do some development. And that, I think, is a move forward, because whenever you visit counties, what you are only able to see in most cases is what CDF has done. You will be able to see schools that have been built by CDF. You will be able to see administrative units, assistant chiefs, SEC, DCC's offices, which have been put, police stations, DCI offices, and all that. But you are not able to see something tangible from the county governments. But we also want to urge the Senate to also provide proper oversight to the counties, because more often, I think there is some bit of laxity in terms of the oversight. But yesterday, when I saw the proceedings in the Senate by Senator Sifuna on oversight to my county of Trans-Nzoia, I think it made me happy, because the Senator Kachwang, not the TJ, the other Kachwang, who is the chair of the PAC in the Senate, I think he put my governor into his toes. And I hope that my governor, Natembea, will be able to appropriately respond to those questions. And if he can't, then the Wananchi will be there to deal with him, including myself. So this money that is going to counties must be used for the county functions. Honorable Speaker, when you look at even the budget of the national government, there is 13 billion for primary health care, which is money that is appropriated from the national government. But surprisingly, you go to the counties, many of the other health facilities, level 2, level 3, level 4, are not providing the necessary services. We've also recapitalized KEMSA to a tune of 1.5 billion, which means KEMSA should be able to now supply enough medicines to all our health facilities. And therefore, it calls upon the counties to make sure that the health facilities are properly equipped with health products and technologies, and they are able to make sure that Mwananchi visits facility and gets the services. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the number of devolved functions, the major is health, agriculture, and water. But which county government should be able to make sure that this money that is being sent to the counties at least are able to provide the minimum services that Wananchi are able to reap from the devolution? Because when our elders met in Bomas and came up with this issue of devolution, they meant services going closer to Wananchi. But what has happened? We've devolved corruption. Because you go to the counties and you look at the level of opulence exhibited by the county government, governors, even some governors going with seats to meetings. I think that's not what we wanted. And funerals. That is not what we wanted. Governors hiring goons to move around with goons in their meetings. That is not what we wanted. So, Honorable Speaker, I think I want to applaud the National Assembly Committee that mediated this together with the Senate, and hope that the House will be able to support so that we can have resources being appropriated to the counties, and we have each county at least having meaningful development. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113(2) of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 18th June 2025, and approves the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025. Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill Honorable Speaker, 415 billion is not the only money going to counties, because that's just the shareable revenue that counties are getting. There is additional county allocations, a further 55 billion shillings. So when we speak about the money going to our counties this coming financial year, should be that 415 plus the 55, which is a whopping 470 billion shillings. 5 billion shillings above the 465 that our good senators had sought in the Council of Governors. And over and above that, we have close to another 10 billion shillings, about 9.6 billion, through the Equalization Fund that is going again to counties. Honorable Speaker, last evening I listened to the contribution by Honorable Mwalimu Moroto. And, he usually gets very agitated in the evening, I think on account of age.
The order, Majority Leader. There is no scientific evidence that old people get agitated in the evening.
Mwalimu Moroto, Mr. Speaker, yes, there is no scientific explanation, but over the years that I have known him, he usually will come in the evening very agitated. Yes. I have never figured out for what reason. But his agitation notwithstanding, Honorable Speaker, he was very passionate about Equalization Fund money and pleading that this money should have been implemented through constituencies, whether through a model like NGCDF or whichever other model, because most of that money, and I could identify with what Honorable Moroto was saying, because I have been to his county, and they are lagging behind like many other counties. And this fund was meant to uplift those counties that were lagging behind others. But unfortunately, with devolution, the more money that goes to a county, I think the more corruption there is in that county and the more backward that county continues to be. I don't know why, Honorable Speaker. Because if you look at the counties that benefit with the highest amounts, corruption is also very rampant, and I don't want to name any particular county, Honorable Speaker. And also, Honorable Speaker, the status in which those counties were at the advent of devolution, most of them are still in the same state. So you have to ask yourself, where is all this money going to, Honorable Speaker? When I listened to the Vice Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee speak and allude to some counties, like his county in Trans Nzoia, I couldn't help but imagine these are the same governors who, when they are accused of corruption and EACC summons them to appear before them or they are arrested, they mobilize goons to even ban EACC and police cars on account of being asked to be accountable of the money. I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, because these accounting officers in county governments, our governors, must be accountable of this money that is being appropriated to counties, Honorable Speaker. It is true, Honorable Speaker, that many Kenyans are still suffering without medication in their county hospitals. At a time, hundreds of billions are being devolved every year to our county governments, Honorable Speaker. I know we just come from a very painful journey on RMLF. Honorable Speaker, walk to any county in this country. MCAs say it openly that this RMLF money is the only money we would get to eat. Therefore, when we say here that when governors get RMLF money, Honorable Speaker, and I know we are about to do legislation around the issues that the courts made a decision on, we must be emphatic and give conditions that will ensure RMLF money goes specifically to doing roads and not just doing maram roads. They must tarmac roads. Yes. We must conditionalize that money to ensure that, because there is no county in this country without a shopping center, without some sort of urban population, that at least this money goes to tarmac roads in those urban centers, or if they are doing in rural roads, roads already identified in work plans by the Kenya Roads Board, so that we stem the abuse of all these monies that are going to the counties. because we can't give 415 billion in shareable revenue. It is all stolen. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the Comptroller of Budgets reports, you'll be shocked. The percentage of money going to development from this shareable revenue. And why, Honorable Speaker? Because if I am elected as a governor today, I will find ward administrators, sub-county administrators, I don't know, village liaison officers, who are on permanent and pensionable terms employed by your predecessor. Then a new governor comes into office, they recruit their own kin and their own friends and campaigners into the same permanent and pensionable jobs. Then they start crying all over, oh, we have no money for development. You have no money for development because you have failed in governance. You don't have to employ every other person who campaigned for you. Grow the economies in the counties, and your supporters and those who campaigned for you will be able to get jobs when economies in your counties are growing, when roads are functional, when hospitals are functional. Those economies will thrive, and all your supporters and your citizens in your counties will have job opportunities that will come their way. Therefore, with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, allow me to support with that caution, Honorable Speaker, that when we come to do the law, and I hope the chair of the Roads Committee is listening, if he's still here, the Honorable GK is here, that we must conditionalize that money for RMLF. Just like when we do the additional county allocations, that money comes with conditions, even this one for RMLF must come with. And the cardinal condition on shareable revenue must be accountability and transparency in how this money is utilized at the county level. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to support.
Yes, Farah, I'll give you just the question.
Speaker, while I also want to put my voice in supporting this mediated version of the Revenue Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025, I also want to add my voice into the rampant corruption that is so prevalent in our country right now. You wonder what is happening to the law and order in the country here. We have equalization fund, which was supposed to be used to help the counties that were left behind from the colonial days, who were marginalized systematically. And that equalization fund right now, the county governments want to lay their hands on that. And before we could even go far, in one constituency, the governor has the audacity to call the councillor, the MCAs, and tell them, you people have been disturbing me, you want to put a motion of impeachment on me, you can take that one for your ward. 23 million, 20 million, 15, literally parceling it out and telling them that is where you're going to make money. The idea is that these MCAs would go there. I don't know if they're going to accept it. A few of them have called me and they were disgusted by it. And just create some things like a small pans out there out of nowhere without proper bill of quantities there, and they take the money. Whereas I had indicated myself before that we need that money to put in an infrastructure, help the entire rural area of my constituency get the national grid. And by the way, REREC has got the materials. All they need to do is for the labor itself. That place would have lit up the entire constituency. But when you put that in the hands of governors, then what happens? Only labor and transport is what was supposed, that money, 200 million can lit up my entire constituency, help with labor and transport, and that's it. Because the materials are there with REREC. But when you allow the county, I don't know why even the executive is scared of the county governments. Why are they allowed to do the kind of corruption they're doing, which is rampant, which is unbridled? Unbridled, literally. It's a runaway, amok, berserk. I think that's where, somebody told me the other day, old age and death comes through the legs. When you get older, you begin losing the strength of your own feet themselves, and basically the muscles don't work. Why is this country's atrophy starting from the county governments and from governors that are crooked? that have treated the entire resources as personal property. And we have an executive here. And this message goes straight to the executive and all the agencies that are supposed to work with that, who are supposed to make sure that they do the needful in the maintenance of law and order and protect the national resources for the benefits of Kenyans. For the benefits of Kenyans. Because when these things are happening, and they're happening in the manner in which they're happening, with almost zero public participation, and people are making money out of that, and we allow it to happen. We allow hundreds of billions of Kenya shillings to get wasted. And for governors to have their vehicles, take choppers, take planes, and everything else, and literally turn this into a private property. Mr. Speaker, I think we have a problem in this country, and this house being a legislative house, a lawmaking house that has that express ability to do that, and the constitutional mandate to do that, we better begin dealing with these things very well, and saying that we're not going to pass any of these appropriations before certain things are put in place. You remember when we're trying to negotiate the RMLF, before the courts pronounced themselves into that, because the governors were the ones who were pushing for these things, and they're also coming for the CDF. And the whole idea of coming for all those things is not to put these things in the hands of an entity, which can, another authority, for the benefits of the people. They just want to steal it. They're doing that with the donor money also. Mr. Speaker, I want to put my voice on this, but at the same time say that we have a problem in the country. We're talking about corruption in the country. And the same corrupt guys are the ones who seem to have the ear and the support of the local people out there. Because Parliament has failed to do its work, National Assembly has failed to do its work, the executive has failed to do its work, the government, the appropriate authorities on the maintenance of law and order to protect the national resources are not doing their work, we have a problem. We have a problem of resources in the country. We have a problem of poverty, rampant poverty. The amount of money that goes out there for devolution should be able to change the lives of the people out there. Change the lives of the people. The students, absolutely, absolutely. And if the Senate is going to transform itself into a body whenever an impeachment is brought for them, then governors are going around dishing money. And governors go out there and try and influence the MCAs in their own counties by sending in elders and everybody there and saying our government is now coming down. I mean, these things are bad. The common man has got to be educated. There has to be sufficient civic education to tell them that every coin has got to be accounted for. At the national level, at the county level, at all levels, including ourselves at our own CDF levels. We are not managing the CDF. The CDF is managed by a board, but it's got to be, everything has got to become accountable, Mr. Speaker. We have a nation, we have resources, and the resources is not getting down to the people. The people are poor. The Kenyans are suffering. Students are suffering everywhere. Because the little we have for what we call bursary is not sufficient. And the county governments are not putting money into that. They're putting money into building walls and building what we call white elephant projects. And they are the contractors themselves. The governors are the contractors themselves. And consultancies. And God knows what. Fetes and dramas and everything else. So, Mr. Speaker, this House has got to rise up to the occasion. Members of Parliament must take the responsibility of protecting the national resources from everybody who's going to misuse them. If we don't, then we become complicit in that. We become part of the corruption. We become part of the rot. And we can see the kind of problems that are going on in the country. The country is bleeding. There's no question about that. Let us rise up as legislators ourselves, use the appropriate, what we call, instruments through the committees and everything. Make sure that we change the laws when there's need to change the laws and stop thugs from stealing national resources. Because we are the lawmaking body. We have the instrument to put a bridle on these things, and we're not doing that. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, and with the bleeding, what do you call, nation is right now because of the misuse of our resources and the rampant corruption, runaway corruption, and I rest my case, but I'm pleading with my colleagues here. Let us rise up to the occasion to protect Kenyans and protect the minimum resources that we have so that they're put to a good use. There's no medicine in the hospitals. There's nothing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, before I give the next member, allow me to acknowledge Kitengela East Adventist School, Kajiado East, Kajiado, Nunguni Junior School from Kaiti in Makueni, Moi Girls High School, Ainapkoi, Uasin Gishu, Don Bosco Manyata from Embu, and Molo Academy from Molo, Nakuru County. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Now, Benja, you wanted to welcome school. I'll give you half a minute because you are interrupting ongoing debate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first and foremost welcome all the students from 4-year schools in the Republic, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell them welcome to Parliament. I wish them a very nice tour in Parliament and everywhere else they are going, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I welcome in particular Moi Girls Elfred, because, Mr. Speaker, amongst them, Mr. Speaker, is my daughter. And I'm told the Deputy Speaker also was a student there. So let me welcome all of them to Parliament. I wish them a nice tour. And I want to inform them, Mr. Speaker, that Parliament is created under Article 94 and given functions under Article 95. I wish them that they become great women and great men in future, Mr. Speaker. Some of them will be speaker, one of them will be a speaker like you. Some of them will be members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and other great people in the Republic, Mr. Speaker. So welcome.
Thank you. Honorable members, this motion is a product of a bill you debated extensively and rejected the amendments to the bill by the Senate. And we took it to mediation. Looking at the Hansard, we're just saying what we said when we were rejecting the bill. Isn't that so? So let's have a consensus that I give 3-3 and then we put the question. Because you are just saying what you already said. It's on record. Yes, Wangare? I give 3-3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think if we just keep it short, we can be able to manage very fast. And first of all is to thank the Mediation Committee for the work well done. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, is to note, just as has been said, that CDF only gets about 50 billion versus 415 billion, which is not visible. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, what the county government should do are 3 simple things. Ensure that the dispensaries and the health centers have a doctor or a clinical officer and have medicine, Mr. Speaker. Because even as we legislate for SHA to work, it will not work if the primary health care facilities are not working. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, even in schools, they only deal with village polytechnics and ECDs. The others is done by NGCDF. So, Mr. Speaker, some of these small things that should be seen are not being seen. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, something I have observed with the county government, there is a lot of donor money going to the counties and through the counties. World Bank money. If you look at the housing programs, Mr. Speaker, the county governments are taking the lead as the ones doing it. Yes, the money is appropriated in this house. If you look at the markets, like the markets in my constituency, I have 4 markets. All of them are being done by the national government, but the county government will own them as their own. So they are using these projects to shine or try to show they are working, yet the appropriated money from this division of revenue is not being seen, Mr. Speaker. The other problem we have in this whole arrangement of county governments, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of the Senate. 2 things. There is an obsession of the senators wanting to just become governors. So they have actually punctured their oversight in terms of focus, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, this obsession of calling ministers and CSAs to the Senate, Mr. Speaker, we must be able to deal with it once and for all, because they have then lost the ability and the mandate to call to oversight governors. Because if you look at the CS, the former member here, Mbadi, has gone to the Senate 5 times to do what, Mr. Speaker? Appropriation and money matters are in this house. So, Mr. Speaker, this problem we must deal through our standing orders. Let us be clear that the ministers and the CSs appear before the National Assembly, because even when there is a discipline issue, it is this National Assembly which can deal with it. Even a censure motion, Mr. Speaker, the Senate cannot do it. But then, Mr. Speaker, they have lost all the time to call the governors to order because they are too busy looking at the CSs and what they can do with the CSs. So, Mr. Speaker, those two issues have to be dealt within this House. Otherwise, we will keep going round, and the issue of oversight from the Senate will still be lost. As I support, I would like to put that on record, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to really thank the mediation team and to appreciate that indeed, as everyone has said, that this House must get back its power. That one thing even the Supreme Court has clearly stipulated, that this is the House that deals with the monies of this country and are able to ensure you allocate money that will go to be used in the right way. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at the county governments, first of all, you ask yourself, and I want to thank Baba because he pleaded and he said, we give the county governments 450, we have gone 70 plus equalization fund. For the first time, CS body will be able to ensure we are getting the equalization fund. But then now the question comes to, how are we going to use these resources? Yet you find a governor, Mr. Speaker, who has decided you can have as many advisors as you would wish, that this money now will become foreign money trips, which is very unfortunate. That is why we are finding ourselves with challenges, that we are finding the growth of the country is below level. Why? The money we have sent to build growth, to build the markets that are coming in, to build the micro entrepreneurs, the small medium, is gone, and the governor will decide, Mr. Speaker, what he wants to pay, what he doesn't want to pay. Today, look at our Kenyans who are suffering with diabetes. That today in this country, insulin injection is 750 per day for a patient who is diabetic. And I want to call to the governors. We need to reduce the price. Our people are dying. Health is in your hands. Stop looking for bursary. Look to manage the people, help the people, so that we have lives in our country. How I wish they can concentrate on health 100%. And we concentrate on education 100%. We will have changed our country to a better country. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I, Martha Wangare, Honorable Esuda, all of us were in the first Senate. Yes, I have said, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
And he was the lead. He taught us. He was our scholar. At that time, we thought we are going to have a Senate that will think through county governments. We never used to summon CSS. That was not our business. Once in a while, we'll summon when we know this is a county function, and now it's going to the dogs. But today, the Senate we have is a National Assembly bill.
In fact, for 5 years, we invited ministers not more than 5 times.
Yes. And we were there and we did the best to bring the foundation. But this Senate has decided they know how to speak good English than any other person. But they forgot when they went to represent us for county governments. It was meant for Mwanainchi who doesn't want to understand English, but understand service. But if you tell the Senate to go back home and speak something different and ask him what is happening just on his doorstep, whether that family has gotten a patient who is sick, he has no idea. He has no, in his own county, he has not done even monitoring and evaluation to understand how many people are sick of the chronic diseases we have. Yet that is the key function that went devolved 98%. So as I finalize, Mr. Speaker, this thing of roads, as in Nairobi, first of all, you cannot bring us Maram. So while you bring this, you should know, as we tarmac, and all counties must start tarmacking. Monies that come from national government must be used to tarmac roads, not to make some, I don't know what road. No. We must be serious about this, and we must stop this misuse. And I am pleading with counties, awaken yourselves. 15 years, you are supposed now to be showing us which counties are stronger than others and which are able to now sustain themselves without the national government. I beg to support, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
GK.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the mediated bill. Honorable Speaker, I was one of the mediators, and we indeed supported the 415 billion because we firmly believe in decentralization, in the principle of decentralization of resources. Honorable Speaker, the county governments that we have today, it is my opinion that we need to relook into this system of devolution. We need to reform it because, Honorable Speaker, we formed this devolution because we want to, or we wanted to achieve a flourishing society, what is called in Greek eudaimonia. And Honorable Speaker, the achievement of a flourishing society comes when we focus on human development index of our country, that is education, health, and the standards of living for our people. But Honorable Speaker, this is not what is happening. This is not what is happening in our counties. We are seeing a lot of wastage of resources. We are seeing a lot of misuse of opportunities where our people should be benefiting. We are not seeing that happening, Honorable Speaker. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, I want to support my colleagues in calling upon our governors to ensure that the resources we appropriated or we appropriate here are used for the right reason. Honorable Speaker, I support, but I want to caution our friends, our governors, to do what is right and ensure that our people are well taken care of in terms of addressing the needs of our society. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Tienda Molo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this mediated version of the bill, and I congratulate the team. Mr. Speaker, those of us who are lawyers know that even in law, we are moving from confrontation, from litigation to mediation. So mediation is a good thing. Here, we have this mediated version because we are obligated by the Constitution. But we should encourage ourselves as a House, the Senate, the Council of Governors, that instead of litigating all the time, we should endeavor to mediate what we perceive to be our differences. As a National Assembly, we have been greatly restrained in litigation. In fact, of about 36 cases that I've counted, I think virtually all of them...
We are defendants.
Yes, we are defendants. Yes. They have been initiated either by the Senate or the Council of Governors. So I urge the Senate and the Council of Governors to take that cue, that instead of running to the court, we should try and mediate our issues. In fact, it looks very untidy to a Kenyan that the Constitution says there is the Parliament of Kenya. And then you have the Parliament of Kenya suing the Parliament of Kenya. It's actually an oxymoron. And it is something really to be discouraged. And in it, we must understand that even though the Constitution creates institutions that are independent, they are also interdependent. And that independent must not be taken to its illogical conclusion. We need not be antagonistic all the time. We can actually sit and discuss and agree. Because in fact, if we were to take the hard stance all the time, this House would actually match the victor. But I think this House has purposefully taken a step back for the betterment of the nation. Mr. Speaker, it is a good thing that we were able, and we are navigating even the issue of the road maintenance levy. And as we directed yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we'll be having a Kamukunji on it on Tuesday. And as directed by the court, we'll be considering the Kenya Roads Act, Section 6 and 47. I believe that when we look at it, there are two things we are required to look at, and we ought to look at. One is the question of percentages, because the court cannot determine for us how much to allocate. But the court can only encourage that do not exclude. And we will be talking percentages. But I think that we should go beyond percentages and we should talk of purpose. If we appropriate a certain percentage of the roads maintenance levy fund to the counties, it is for what purpose? It cannot be for purposes of constructing the footpath next to my home. I think it is now time to consider, because I think we are all suffering. While we can usually engage with KERA to try and do some maram roads here and there, all tarmac roads, the few that may have been done, are all being now wiped out. So we should now restrict anything that is allocated to the counties to the low volume tarmac in the urban areas within our constituencies. That way we can see what is being done. And that is very important, Mr. Speaker, because, for example, take two examples that are totally devolved. Health. Many of the counties would rush to construct health facilities because that's easy politically, but then not put any drugs because that's expensive and it is not visible. Many of the counties would rush to put a sports facility because that's visible, but not invest in the sports equipment or in the sports tournament. The idea of sports was removed from CDF and none of us is now involved. And you'll realize that in the whole country now, you do not find sports tournaments. You know? So development of top sports talents then just dies like that. I'd like to finish, Mr. Speaker, by saying, in the context of all this is the question of NGCDF. And as Mr. Speaker directed, next week we are discussing this matter, especially the constitutional amendment, and then we go on recess. I would like to urge members at this point to plan for next week so that you are pleased here. It would be a very unfortunate situation if we get to next week when we are supposed to read 2/3 and then we hear some members are in their constituencies, some members are abroad, some members are in their offices, some members are in all sorts of other businesses that usually engage members of parliament, but this is much more fundamental. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Osoro, the last one on this side.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also rise to support the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill, Honorable Speaker. And I congratulate the teams, both the Senate team and the National Assembly, for coming up with an amicable solution, because in my engagement with the honorable members, both from both sides, I realized there was push and pull, and it really took a lot of effort and utmost wisdom and maturity to even get to that level of 415. Because initially they had even stuck at 425 without the VAT, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, even as we get to this point every time, because it's now becoming a norm that year in, year out, there is an the county governments are allocated some substantial amount of money for development, And of course, at the end of it all, we of course get to this level of engagement and everything between these two houses. With the way the Senate defends, Honorable Speaker, with the way the Senate defends this allocation or the division of revenue bill, and even the way they push for higher allocation to the counties, I wish the same vigor was used to follow the money and see what it does in the counties, Honorable Speaker. Because it is very unfortunate, extremely unfortunate, and we really must remind them every time that over 10 years post devolution, Honorable Speaker, we really haven't reached to the level where the drafters of the Constitution envisioned us to reach, Honorable Speaker. And you'll always see, members of Parliament still being approached to do and work for the people on the issues, Honorable Speaker, that are supposed to be handled by the county governments. Because unless utmost civic education is done to the members of the public to get to know what members of the National Assembly are supposed to do under Article 95 and 96, and what the county governors are supposed to do. Because sometimes, Honorable Speaker, we are approached by people whenever we visit our constituencies, asked about water, asked about the hospitals, asked about feeder roads. We asked about everything. And when we tell them, Honorable Speaker, that this is supposed to be done by the county governments or the governors, we are told, we are the ones, you are the one we elected. We do not know this governor. We do not know this MCA. You are the one who wants to do this and this and this. And sometimes it really becomes a bit of a challenge. But even more important, Honorable Speaker, there has been a pro rata growth or, gradual growth of this allocation. From 370, we go to about 380, 385, all through. Now we are at 415. Honorable Speaker, where does this money go to? Where does it go to? We know it gets to the counties, but what does it do? Honorable Speaker, move around the counties across the country. You know their roles. You know what they're supposed to do. It's about the ECD classrooms. You will see challenges. It's about, when you talk about the feeder roads, you will see challenges. In fact, Honorable Speaker, yesterday I was engaging one senator who was in the mediation team, Honorable Speaker. And he confided in me by telling me, Honorable Speaker, that even after pushing for this allocation, we know that out of about 447 governors, it's about 3 of them who are working. Then I asked him then, why then were you pushing for 430? He said, they were just enriching them. It is quite sad. Honorable Speaker, nowadays what this money is used for will surprise you. It's only meant to create a group of people, who are on pay a year every month, that move around with the governors, Honorable Speaker, to funerals or to public functions as cheer squads, and they move. You'll actually notice even the standing position is the same. They move from this area. When the governor moves to this side, they go with them. When they move to a church, they go with them. When they move to the funeral, they go with them. And their work is just one. Their job description is one. Cheer us whenever we stand to speak so that everybody will think we are popular. This is a sad reality that counties are not doing what is supposed to be done. Most of these things, Honorable Speaker, that the draft of the Constitution envisioned that the money that will get closer to people will have decentralized all the funds, and the responsibilities will be limited to that area so that the concentrated area of development will be within that jurisdiction. Honorable Speaker, this thing is not happening. Roads are pathetic. When you saw them the other day, Honorable Speaker, engaging us over the RMLF, and we had a meeting which yours truly, you sent us, Honorable Speaker, to engage them the other time. We took 4 hours, Honorable Speaker, to debate about 10 billion shillings. We took 4 hours and we couldn't agree. In fact, they go to a point of saying, you guys, if you do not want to, we'll even close. They threatened us of closing down the counties and downing down the tools. And we told them, we will not feel your effect. Even on your operating, we don't feel you. So if closing down, still, it's inconsequential. And that is why we are promoting the culture of goonism by sending a lot of money just to create goons from this corner to this corner. And I've always said, and I'll still repeat, Honorable Speaker, that you will see when you move around the country, you will see what Ngaf does, You will see what NGCDF does. All over, in the public eye, you will see thanks by the gracious ladies from this house, all over being distributed. You will see them doing a lot of bursaries with a meager amount of money, Honorable Speaker, about 40-something million. But Honorable Speaker, in the billions that the county governments get, you will need a microscope to identify one thing, just one thing, that this county has done this county has done this county has done this. All you see, Honorable Speaker, is a group of people moving around with a convoy of 30, 40 vehicles to one function. And I've always said this, one carrying a podium, another one carrying a chair, another one carrying a carpet, another one carrying a toilet, another one carrying I don't know what. And when they go there, all they want to hear about a queue of all long people saying, oh, Your Excellency, calling. How do you call excellencies? People don't work. They are doing nothing. Stop calling them excellencies. Honorable Speaker, we need to empower the county assemblies. It's about time we rethink how we can be able to empower the county assemblies so that we have a replica of what we have, and they enjoy autonomy of having perhaps ward development funds, so that other than enriching one person who is in charge, that you have to be who is creating a demigod of themselves, within themselves, that if they disagree with you, you'll not even sleep in your house, they'll send you goons. It is becoming very sad. And even the Senate, we want to tell the Senate, Honorable Speaker, we want to tell the Senate, I don't know what the Honorable Tiana Volo is saying, but we also want to inform the Senate, please do your work. Your work is to oversight the county governments. What place do you have inviting on matters national security, inviting a minister, inviting so and so for theatrics, yet you cannot reprimand them, you pitch, you cannot involve, you can do nothing. What is your interest? Do your work. Your work is to oversight county governments. And if you really have to care about security of the Kenyans across, then invite Kanjo to your places of in your house, and then ask them, why do you use rungus moving around and everything? Because that is that is your work. Stop these things of fighting for recognition when you know very well you are playing to the public gallery. You know very well you are simply whipping emotions and telling we are the upper house, we can engage the minister, we can engage the. You know very well you have no reprimanding power. You have no power to even call for a motion of impeachment against anybody within the national government. So we urge the Senate to put their feet down and be strong and be firm against the county governments or against those governors who are stealing. And it's actually, Honorable Speaker, about time we ask them, amidst the questions they ask through the PSC, through the PIC of the Senate, what further step do they take to make sure that that fund is guarded? Because all we see is theatrics. A governor comes, sometimes they answer questions their way, and they are told just go, it's played all over on TV and everywhere, and it then ends there. Honorable Speaker, it is very, very sad. Kenyans are losing a lot of money. We need to find a way to make sure that this money is followed back to the grassroots. We see what happens so that, Honorable Speaker, we can be able to get value for money and for the taxes that Kenyans pay. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I still support the 415, but I wish it was reduced to 200. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Oundo, you are the last on this side.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me also join my colleagues in supporting. Okay,
Oundo, share your 5 minutes with Kainan.
I'll do 3 minutes and then give him 2. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I said 3-3.
Oh, fine. Honorable Speaker, let me also join my colleagues in supporting the allocation of 415 billion to the counties with a lot of reservations. I do not want to echo what my colleagues have said, but the intention of devolution was indeed to have successful development in all parts of this country. During the 1980s, we had so many issues about balanced development. We expected devolution, now almost in the 15th year, to have changed the rural landscape considerably. Honorable Speaker, as we stand today, many of the places in this country have not seen or appreciated the effects or the impact of devolution. As we stand here today, Honorable Speaker, yes, there are a few billionaires that have been created in counties, but many other people are wallowing in poverty, are wallowing in depression, are wallowing in very many challenges, Honorable Speaker. Medical is a very major issue, Honorable Speaker. We request that as we move forward, we call upon the Senate that the biggest letdown in the war of, in issues of devolution. You are a senior member. Those who you have served you as your colleagues, probably find the time one of these days, invite them for a cup of tea and tell them the missing link in the improved performance of county governments is essentially the Senate. With those very few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Kainan.
Speaker, I will reluctantly contribute because I know some of us are on retainers here. Mr. Speaker, some of us are on retainers. Mr. Speaker, we have been around.
Order, Honorable Kainan. Either you contribute or you don't.
I did not mention anybody. I said some of us are on retainers here, and if you want, I will mention.
Order, Honorable Kainan. You are out of order.
Mr.
You wanted to contribute, contribute.
Mr. Speaker, you know I've contributed many times, so even if I don't contribute, it will not be an issue.
Order, Honorable Kainan, order. Honorable Kainan, we've bestowed you the title of the Father of the House because of your longevity. And the least I expect from you is to mentor these young members by being courteous, even under stress, by being friendly, even under stress, and by showing the best example, even under stress. That's what we expect from you. And we expect you, Farah Maalim, the seniors. We have young members here who sit and wait to see what is Farah going to say, what is Kainan going to say, what is Bukose going to say. And I encourage you to mentor these young members. Those of you who sat with me in the houses, both here and the other house, I provided mentorship unconditionally. And at no time should any one of you sit back and think that you have the right to speak over any other member. We are all equal. And when we give you preference because of your seniority, take it with grace and speak with grace and end with grace. Go ahead.
You can give it to somebody.
Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa fursa hii adhimu. Na mimi pia nilikuwa mmoja katika wale wanakamati ambao tulikuwa tunafanya maelewano katika bill hii ambayo ilikuwa imeletwa katika hii bunge. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi kwanza nataka nichukue fursa hii niweze kupongeza kamati andalizi ambaye imefanya mikakati. Ilikuwa si rahisi, tuliweza kuwa na sintofahamu hapa na pale, lakini mwisho tukaweza kuafikiana Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ugatuzi katika taifa hili Mheshimiwa Spika ulikuja ili kuweza kufikisha huduma kwa wananchi wa chini Mheshimiwa Spika. Na maana ya hii kamati ilikuwa ni kuweza kuangalia kuwa ugavi wa rasilimali katika baina ya serikali kuu na serikali za ugatuzi zinaweza kuangaliwa vizuri Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka niseme hivi. Kwa sasa serikali za ugatuzi ama county governments tumewapa ongezeko katika mgao wenu. Ile kitu naomba kama mama county ama mmoja katika wale wa kamati, muhakikishe kuwa huduma zinafikia wananchi. Na hasa katika matibabu na hospitali zetu Mheshimiwa Spika, unapata mgonjwa ameingia hospitali Mheshimiwa Spika katika ICU, mgonjwa anakufa kwa sababu ile mashini wanasema imezimika ama wanasema kuwa haifanyi kazi. Na mimi nataka nizungumze hasa nikiweza kuzungumza katika kaunti yangu, niweze kusema kama mama kaunti nimejibidisha kuhakikisha muongezeko umekuja katika kaunti ya Mombasa na kaunti zingine za Kenya Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo kitu ambacho nahitaji kutoka kwa magavana, ni kuhakikisha kuwa huduma na hata zile barabara, manake kutoka 405 billion tumeweza kusukuma, tumefika 415 billion, na kisha kuna bilioni 55 ile ambayo ilikuwa upande wa barabara, kuna bilioni 10 ambayo ni equalization fund. Hizi pesa zote katika zile ambazo walikuwa wametaka bilioni 450 hata zimeongezeka, zimefika kama bilioni 485. Kwa hiyo kitu ambacho tunataka county government, muhakikishe kuwa huduma, madawa yawe ndani ya hospitali. Hatutaki kuona mgonjwa anaingia, mama anajifungua, mtoto analipishwa, mama analipishwa, inakuwa ni wizi, Mheshimiwa Spika, ama ni dhulma. Hatutaki kuona kuwa wagonjwa wanaingia hospitali hakuna madawa, wakati ambapo juzi na jana tumeona mkutano pale walipokuwa na KEMSA, imebainika kuwa 90 billion imepotea kwa sababu madawa zili expire, Mheshimiwa Spika, na Wakenya wanakosa madawa katika hospitali, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia barabara zile zinazojengwa kule mashinani, Mheshimiwa Spika, unapata barabara zinawekwa patches, vinawekwa vitambara, barabara haijengwi vizuri kwa sababu kuna mtu amekaa mahali anajua nitajenga barabara vibaya, kesho na kesho kutwa pesa zingine zitakuja, nitazidi kuweka viraka, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kaunti zetu hizi tumekuwa tukipoteza pesa nyingi sana, na Wakenya wanaangalia. Tuna vijana, tuna kina mama ambao wanaangalia huduma gani na kuja mashinani. Na kama alivyosema ndugu yangu Osoro, Mheshimiwa Spika, kina mama 47, licha ya kuwa tunapata mgao mdogo sana, milioni kama Mombasa milioni 46, lakini juzi mmeona nikiempower mpaka bodaboda, nimewapa bodaboda 40, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hiyo pesa kidogo, vijana wanafurahi. Ukiangalia kina mama wanapata pesa ya kuwezesha kufanya biashara. Mimi naomba counties muna pesa ya kuweza kupatia vijana na kina mama ambayo inaitwa revolving fund. Hizi pesa nyingi hazifiki mashinani, Mheshimiwa Spika. Huu ni mwaka wa 3 tukiangalia, na kina mama wanataka biashara, kina vijana wanataka kufanya biashara, wanafanya. Serikali ya taifa inaweza kulemezwa kila wakati. Rais analaumiwa wakati kuna viongozi ambao wamepewa nafasi yao kuweza kufanya kazi na hawafanyi kazi. Mimi nataka niseme hizi pesa tumewapa, tunataka mjenge ECD classes. Kuna wengine tuliona hata Senator alifanya oversight, akatoa ripoti yake, Mheshimiwa Spika, imebainisha kuwa kuna wakati shule inaandikwa kuwa imejengwa na milioni 100, ukiingia ground hakuna skuli, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi nataka kuambia governors, zile kesi mmetupelekea kule kotini, kesi nyingi sisi tumekuwa defendants kila siku, wakati ambapo nyinyi wenyewe mmezembea kazini. Tumewapa pesa kwa sababu tumeheshimu kauli ya baba yetu Raila Amolo Odinga akisema ugatuzi uweze kuimarishwa. Tumeheshimu, nimekuwa mmoja katika wale ambao tumewapa hizi pesa, na sisi tunataka muonyeshe heshima kwa mzee Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa pesa mmepata na kazi mnafanya, sio wizi ndani ya counties, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo namalizia nikisema ugatuzi unaheshimika, pesa tumewapa, na nyinyi pia muheshimu bunge hili, msiwe watu wa kuingilia mambo ya ngaf, kuingilia mambo ya NGCDF, mnakuwa na tamaa ya hapa na pale. Na senators, nyinyi mmekuwa kama oversighters wa kule county. Acheni kupewa vipeni vidogo vidogo, mkija mnataka kulemeza kila kitu katika taifa mkitetea counties. Counties tumewapa pesa, kwa hiyo wafanye kazi, tutataka kuona kazi yao. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Yes, mover.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank members of this House who have made their contributions on this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill is very, very important in the budget process, that without the passage of this bill, we are not even able to appropriate. So, Honorable Speaker, with the support that I have received from the members, and the contributions you have made, I believe that governors have listened to this House, and they have listened to the concerns of this House, that this House expects governors to and develop counties with the resources they have been given. I also would like to join members who are asking the Senate to undertake the oversight responsibilities. Speaker, Senate, very many young. I would like to urge some of those young senators to come to National Assembly, because I think misusing the they are doing in the National Assembly. Remarks, I beg to reply.
Your seat. Honorable members, I'll now order number 30. Is that pursuant to 13 to and Standing Order 153, this House adopts the Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill 5, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 25, version of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025. Say aye. Aye. Say nay. The ayes have it. Next order. Honorable member, on the request of the Majority Leader and the agreement budget, we'll go to appropriation and stay and appropriation to a later date, maybe next week. Order.
Committee of the whole House.
Can I call? Order, members. We are now in the Committee of the Whole House for the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025.
Clause 3.
Order, members. I propose the question that Clause 3 be part of the bill. There's no amendment. I put the question that Clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New Clause 4.
I propose the question that Clause 4 be part of the bill. Mover, Majority Leader. Is it? Just check it again. Check it again.
New Clause 4.
New Clause 4. Mover, to move the second reading.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, consulting with the Chair, and I wish to drop that particular amendment, having consulted with the Chair on the way forward.
Very well. The new Clause 4 is dropped on record.
Schedule.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Mover, you have an amendment?
Yes. Yes. Honorable Chair, bill be amended by deleting the schedule and substituting thereof the following new schedule, which is in the order paper. Honorable Chair, members are aware that there was recent changes the President pronounced himself through a new executive order as occasioned the reorganization of the budget to reflect the realities of government. And therefore, we have a new schedule that is capturing all the changes. Order. Thank you.
Very well. On this? No. Okay. I will therefore propose the question that the schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that the schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay?
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. There is a proposed amendment.
That clause 2 of the bill be amended by deleting the words 1,037,6,830,829 and substituting thereof the words 549,759,302. Honorable Chair, because of the changes that were occasioned by the new executive order, there is an increase in the exchequer vote by 150 million and a reduction in the appropriation in aid by the similar amount. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. Question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say? I propose be part of the bill. 1 be part of that opinion. Nay? The ayes have. Honorable members, that was a very short committee of the whole. Move.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the committee is consideration of the appropriation number 20 and its approval thereof with amendments.
Which is its consideration Assembly Bill and its approval thereof with of that. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes.
The chairperson to report to the House.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill, and approved the.
Fair enough. The mover of the bill to move agreement to the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree. I also request Honorable Dr. Pukose to second the motion for House.
I second.
Honorable I now propose the question. The House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes are. The mover of the bill.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Appropriations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025, be now read a third time. I also request Honorable Dr. Pukose to second.
Second. Honorable members, which is that Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025, be now read a third time. Honorable members, I now put the question for the third reading. The House, for the purpose of making a decision, I therefore put the question. Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2020, read a third. Aye. Say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issuance of a sum of money out of the consolidated fund and its application towards the service of the year ending on the 30th of June, and to appropriate that sum and a sum voted on account by the National Assembly for certain public services and purposes.
Next order. Order number 15.
Order number 15, special motion. Consideration of the Public Benefit Organization Dispute Tribunal.
The chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, Honorable Murugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the approval hearings of nominees for appointment as the chairperson and members of the Public Benefit Organization Dispute Tribunal laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2024. Pursuant to the provisions of Benefit Organization Tribunal 14 and 8 of the parliamentary approval, Chapter 7F of the laws of Kenya approves the persons to the Public Tribunal. Number 1, Ms. Eunice Adwa as the chairperson, Mideva, Ms. Elizabeth Bithemulwa, member, Dr. Leonard Kinyulu, and Mr. Mohammed. Honorable Speaker, on the 17th of June 2025, the JLAC Committee, I tabled a report of the approval hearings signed on the same day. I also implored upon members to obtain a copy of that report, themselves with it, and are able to contact regarding the proposal be approved. Be it go on record that under Section 50 of the Parent Act, curiously, it is required that this House approves members to sit in that tribunal. And I say curiously because it is not usual for the House to approve members to sit in tribunals, especially where, under the Constitution, the tribunals are part of the judiciary. Number 2, these nominees were actually interviewed by a panel chaired by the Chief Justice, and the approval was given. Therefore, we may need to reconsider our law. What purpose does it serve for the National Assembly to approve these tribunals? And is there room for rejection? And if there is room for rejection, what will be the grounds for that rejection? I leave that for now to submit that the report we actually tabled is elaborate. It covers all the hearings of the 5 nominees, and I would urge members who have not read it to read it so that we do not have on report. The first person to be nominated was Ms. Eunice Adoyo Otieno Aroa, age 52 years, is proposed to be the chairperson.
Central bank rate of 5%. It was before. From being the 8th largest economy in Africa to being the 6th largest economy in Africa. When we told the country that we were going, and by God's grace, the economy today is different from what it was then. But we also have about what about the future? What happens from here? And it is our intention to continue to expand on expenditure. Seeing our revenues. It is our intention, and the targets we have for the future is that we want to move our revenues as a percentage of GDP from 15, 16, 17% and take it to 19, 20%. That is our. We're also looking forward to ensuring that we maintain our foreign exchange reserves by supporting more exports of services. We can grow numbers. That is on the economy. Number 2, on agriculture, we did commit to the country that we were going to undertake robust, far-reaching reforms in the agricultural sector. And as I have said, you know very well that the situation where was very high. The largest contributor, as you all know, to inflation and the cost of living is the cost of food. And it wasn't going to be possible to deal with the challenge of cost of living or cost of food without significantly transforming agriculture. To deal with that situation that we had where agriculture was not supplying enough food, we had challenges of policies in that space. We had fraud on fertilizer and all the other interventions that were going on. And we had challenges of farmers getting adequate prices or the correct prices for their produce. So as an administration, we took 5 steps to transform the agricultural sector. Number 1, we changed from subsidizing consumption instead to support production. That is why instead of subsidizing unga, we decided to subsidize fertilizer, because it makes the whole. The correct, because the agricultural space, accurate data on the agricultural, and we now have a database of 6.6 million farmers with the crops they plant, the acreage of their land, and all other details that are required, including. The third issue is collecting data. We digitized the whole to assist us eliminate fraud and corruption and theft that was prevalent, so that it undermined corruption, theft, and fraud, undermined delivery of government programs, even the subsidy program, even the fertilizer program. And as a result of the interventions that we have carried out in the agricultural sector, as per the commitment we made to the people of Kenya, we have, before I go there, I said the interventions we have carried out. The other intervention we carried out is to reform the coffee sector. The coffee sector had been taken advantage and actually taken hostage by cartels and interests. And it wasn't possible to sell your coffee where you wanted, because there was an incestuous relationship between millers, the people exchange, the capacity of farmers on certain groups of individuals had one person as a farmer. They were also people who bought coffee. We have since dismantled, and we have changed the delivery model in the coffee value chain. We have also undertaken far-reaching reforms in the agricultural sector, in the sugar sector. As we all know, Kenya always, since I was Minister for Agriculture, always went to seek for some commercial safeguards, because we were perennial importers for 30 years of sugar. And it was necessary to reform the sugar sector. This is a commitment we made. It is in our manifesto. And we had to take the business interests who had taken hostage the sugar sector head on. At some point, I had to tell them mambo ni matatu. It was not a threat. It was just an exercise in the course of the sugar sector. We have since reformed the sugar sector, brought in the private sector to work with us. For 20 years, where government to pay farmers for sugar that was never supplied, to pay workers that did not work for government. What is the new situation is that we have made from subsidizing fertilizer, subsidizing farmers, the sector, making sure that we have accurate data, getting rid of the cartels in the sugar, in the coffee, in the other sectors. Today, we have a new situation. Productivity on maize, for example, has gone up from 43 here, 64 million bags, and 75 million. Coffee, the prices have moved up from an average 120 and 30 and because we have removed and cartels, farmer interests. Sector is stepping up in the sugar sector. Factories that we have already completed, farmers never by government, by the factories that they supply sugarcane to. The private sector players paid. 1 year has been, as has been the case before, will be paid every. Workers will be paid on time, and every year, sugarcane farmers will receive. We have already actualized that in one of the first factories we started with. All the other on sugar mills. By this, we intend sugarcane farmers across the sugar mills that were formerly owned by government, because we have reformed that sector. But we still have some work to do. For the future, we are looking at how we can improve on the quality of data that we have. We are now bringing data on livestock so that we can facilitate the vaccination that is underway. We are enriching data on all the other crops. We have now started the journey towards in the rice. We are going to do more in the cotton sector. We have just finalized the reform of the cotton sector, including finding a private sector player to run Rivertex and to provide offtake for cotton farmers, and to also supply high quality seed to our cotton farmers. Let me mention about milk as I talk about our livestock farmers, including dairy and beef. If you look at the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics numbers, earnings from sector, milk, from 35 billion in 2020 to 59 billion shillings last year. Because the prices of milk has moved from an average of 35 shillings to 45. The sector that is put in the pocket, whether it is in coffee, whether it is in tea, whether it is in sugarcane, whether it's in dairy. And we are looking at the future on how we can better pay our dairy farmers. We are now rolling out a whole industry around leather so that more farmers can have earnings. So we have a program for the future on what we need to do, the progress that I've already in the agricultural sector. The third item that we have discussed in this retreat is a reform that we commit of the education sector. We have undertaken far-reaching, transformational education sector. Situation that confronted us. Teachers that was known to everybody. We had some measure of misunderstanding on the competence-based curriculum. And we had crippling debts. Our universities, institutions of higher learning. Many of you know that many universities are paying half salary to their lecturers. That many universities had debts in the all our universities had 120 billion. Many of them could hardly pay as you earn. They could not pay SSF dues. They could not pay all the dues that were government. They could not pay their suppliers. And in fact, 23 universities were technically bankrupt. That was beginning to affect the quality of our education, because without teachers, with confusion, debt, not enough resources for children, that challenge was presented. Yeah. And we made commitments. We made a commitment that we were going to hire 16,000 of teaching. So far, by January next year, we will have hired 100,000. Already 76,000 have been hired. And we are focused on making sure that the majority of these teachers go to schools that today have that have 2-3 teachers that don't have a laboratory. We have schools that there are no adequate classrooms. And so it was necessary to intervene. So we've hired more teachers. We've built 23 new classrooms, 60 by the national government with our partners under CDF. We have streamlined the competence-based curriculum, working with the stakeholders. We went out to listen to Kenyans on how they wanted this to be, and we have now completed, and now it is no longer competence-based curriculum, it is now competence-based education and training. We have since changed the funding model. Rather than focusing on the university, we are now focusing on the student. So now we have a student-centered funding model that makes sure that every child in Kenya is treated fairly. And those who come from backgrounds that cannot support their education, they get affirmative action. And that is why we have students from poor families today under the new funding model who will get up to 90% government scholarship so that no child in Kenya is left behind. Of course, like any new funding model, we had challenges. Some of the students were placed in the wrong bands and many other issues, but we have reformed that sector. And the new funding model is now going into its third year. So we have because of the new funding model, we now have adequate resources going to our universities. Ask any vice chancellor. The old funding model almost destroyed our universities. Today, our universities are on sound footing. I had an occasion to go to Cooperative University, and I asked the vice chancellor directly, and he gave me a report that he could now pay his staff, lecturers and staff on time, in full. He could now pay his suppliers. He could pay government taxes. And he just asked me to continuously look at making sure that the means testing instrument was accurate, so that we place students in the right bands. What do we intend to do going into the future on education? Number one, we still have schools that have no laboratories. And some of our students engage with the Bunsen burner for the first time during exams. So we're going to build 1,600 new laboratories, especially in rural schools and schools that do not have a laboratory today. Waziri, when is that exercise beginning? July. That is next, in the next few weeks. Number two, as I said, we're going to hire another 24,000 teachers. The money is in the budget this year. By January, they will be in class. And next year, we will hire the balance of the teachers so that we get to the 116,000 that we committed ourselves to the people of Kenya. And then we will also not just close the gaps on infrastructure or teacher numbers. We will also streamline, and enrich the means testing instrument so that we make sure that every child is placed in the right band so that we don't disadvantage any child in Kenya. And then we will engage with the stakeholders going into the future to test the efficacy of the programs that we have worked on. Let me go to the item that informed. I told you I'm going to talk about 7 items. The 4th item that we have discussed this morning is matters to do with health. The people of Kenya told us, and we recorded faithfully, that health was destroying families. 1 million Kenyans every year sunk into poverty, statistics show, because of health-related costs. Many citizens sold their properties, their livestock, they used their savings for matters health. And progressively, health was becoming a privilege for those who can afford, leaving behind those who could not, to the vagaries and to the designs of fate. So, we looked at the situation and we made a commitment. And we all know that every person has in their phone WhatsApp groups formed to look for money to pay for hospital bills for a brother here, a relative there, a friend in another place, a stranger in another place. Members of parliament, leaders, MCAs, and everybody else in between can testify to this. So, what did we do? Before I talked about what did we do, the situation was, we're doing Harambes left center. NHIF had accumulated a debt of 32 billion shillings, owing so many facilities, and that debt was growing by 1 billion shillings every year. So it wasn't getting better, it was getting worse. And it was just a matter of time before NHIF would finally collapse. So we decided that this universal health coverage that successive administrations have been trying to implement, it was there, you all remember, in the NAC manifesto. It was there subsequently in the NASA manifesto. It was there in our Jubilee manifesto. It was there in the Azimio manifesto. We had it in the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. And we all agreed that it was something that needed to be done. And somebody needed to do it. And some administration needed to actualize it. After many failed attempts, we looked at it candidly and we said, we must provide a very firm foundation, a solid legal foundation, because it was a very heavy responsibility. So we had stakeholder engagements before the elections, we had stakeholder engagements after the election, and we finally came to the conclusion that it was not possible to reform the NHIF because it was fatally broken. And we decided that we needed to have a new health framework. So over the last 2 years and a bit, we passed 4 pieces of legislation to underpin our universal health coverage for the people of Kenya. We repealed the NHIF Act. We have rolled out primary healthcare fund, social healthcare insurance fund, the chronic illness, the chronic and critical illness fund, and the whole that now our health. What does this new framework present? How is this new framework? What are the characteristics of the new framework? Number one, we have democratized and brought equity and burden sharing in the contributions towards health. In the past, it was just contributions by the people who have pay slips and jobs. Now we have made it possible for all Kenyans to contribute. We have also made it equitable. In the past, poor people contributed 10%, minimum 500 shillings to social insurance. Those of us with better earnings, we contributed 0.something%. So the difference between 10% and 0.something% wasn't right, and it wasn't equitable. So we decided that it was time to give equity. So everybody for social insurance now pays 2.75%. So we have brought it down for the vulnerable, the mama mbogas, the bodas who are paying 10%. Now they are paying a quarter of what they were paying, 2.75%, and provided equity for all of us. Number 3, we have removed the manual system and digitized health from admission, through treatment, through surgery, all the way to discharge is now on a digital platform. Because the manual system was a recipe and a haven for crooks and criminals to steal from the fund. In fact, a big failure of the NHIF was largely contributed by fraud and corruption. We all know of the history on the incidences. We found out that under NHIF, it was possible to amputate one person 10 times. And that begs the question, how many legs did this person have? Under the new arrangement, if you carry out 2 amputations, the system will not accept a third one because it will show that you have 2 legs, both of them have been cut, so you have nowhere else to. It was also true, as we all know, that there were small hospitals, like the one we had somewhere in Kino, that were carrying out more surgeries than what was happening in Kenyatta. Yet they were on some third floor of some building. We also know that there were facilities that had more accountants than nurses because they were not treating nobody, they were gaming the system. We have now closed down, how many facilities was it? We have now closed down 800 facilities that were gaming the system. And that has been necessitated because we have digitized the whole system. It's no longer possible to cheat the system. And therefore, apart from enabling everybody to participate, giving an opportunity for the people who are self-employed to have a health insurance, the people who are not employed to have a health insurance, digitizing the whole system, making sure that we have equitable contribution, we have also made it possible that when you register today in SHA, you are eligible to be treated today. In the past, under NHIF, you needed to wait for 3 months. And many people ask us, supposing after the 3 months, what will have happened if I was sick? Do I have to postpone the illness? So we have made it possible under the new social health insurance for beneficiaries to benefit instantly on registration. So, as a result, we have eliminated fraud, we have enhanced efficiency, we have enhanced accountability, and Kenyans today believe more than they have done in the past on matters healthcare. As a result, the numbers speak for themselves. Where we had 7 million registered members under NHIF, today we have 23 million Kenyans registered under SHA. At the high of 90, what was the highest number we registered in a day? Is the highest that registered in one day. But on average, 50,000. Over the weekends, they come down to 30,000, but on average, 50,000. And the numbers are counting because Kenyans now know that when you register, number one, you have access for free to level 1, level 2, level 3, and part of level 4. And then you have access when you make your contribution to level 5, level 6. Number 2, SHA has now paid 3.6 million for 3.6 million Kenyans under the Primary Health Fund and for 2.1 million Kenyans under SHIF. A total of 5.7 million Kenyans have benefited from our new healthcare program. we have paid to facilities, faith-based, private, public, over the last 8 months. I'm giving you statistics over the last 8 months. In 8 months, SHA has treated 5.7 million Kenyans, and we have paid 49.2 billion Kenya shillings. 6.2 billion was paid last week. The transformation going on in our health care landscape is phenomenal. We believe that by the end of this, by the 1-year anniversary of SHA, we will have paid 3 times than NHIF could pay in 1 year. That is the kind of transformation we are talking about. Already, at 49 billion shillings, NHIF used to pay an average of between 20 billion and 25 billion a year. In 8 months, we have almost doubled what NHIF used to pay in a whole year. That is what transformation looks like, in my opinion. What we're going to go into the future, we intend to get every Kenyan and their dependents registered in SHA. We are rolling out a national campaign to make sure that every Kenyan understands that it is necessary for them to be registered, because it gives us the opportunity, government at both levels, it gives us the opportunity to plan for our health. It gives us the opportunity to know how many people are in which facility, so that we can provide the right number of staff, the correct number of equipment, and also the adequate number of medical commodities, including drugs. So we are going to carry out a robust campaign as number 1. Number 2, working with counties, we are now rolling out equipment, provision of equipment under different frameworks, one for fee-for-service, another one we are going to pay over time, and other services are going to be purchased outright. We have now an agreement with suppliers between the counties, the national government, and the suppliers for delivery of equipment to make this service that we now have the resources to pay for available. And number 2, we are completing the reform around KEMSA. We have worked with our county governments, and we have secured their concurrence that going into the future, drugs will not be supplied to stores in county headquarters. Drugs will leave KEMSA and go direct to facilities. We have also agreed with them that as facilities, as SHA is paying for treatment, the component of payment that is as a result of drugs will be paid to make sure that drugs do not run out in facilities because they have not been paid for. And I must commend county governments for their immense contribution to this program, because this is a program we share with them. The 5th item that we discussed this morning. Is it the fourth or the fifth? The fifth item that we discussed this morning is matters to do with our digital superhighway, the whole space around digitizing government. As you're all aware, we have moved the digitization process from about just under 360 government services that were online. We have now digitized 20,000 government services. We have moved payments to government from cash and other forms onto the e-citizen platform. We have brought more transparency into payments. We brought more accountability into government revenue. And e-citizen has moved from collecting about 60 million shillings a day. Now e-citizen is collecting between 700 million shillings a day to 1 billion shillings a day. And it is now possible for government to know who is paying, where, for what, in what manner. We have a robust program on digitizing government and leveraging from technology and using it to make delivery of service efficient and also expanding opportunities for commerce and opportunities for employment. We have a robust program on Jitume labs, ICT hubs, and a whole digital superhighway. We're now working, we changed the strategy from delivering internet using trunks. We are now leveraging on Kenya Power grid lines, and the process is moving faster so that we can digitize government more. And as a result, I have told you, we now have more government services available online. You can pay for those government services online. You can acquire or you can interrogate government services online. We are collecting more revenue of government online. But we are also still looking at the future. What do we need to do for the future? We need to finish the last mile, and that is the assignment that is now available to us going into the future. We need to complete the digitization of government so that no service, there are a number of services that are still not on board. We are asking ourselves why. And that's the question we intend to answer in the coming days, weeks, and months. Number two, there are some institutions that still don't want to pay on e-citizen because they have things to hide. There are some institutions that have taken us to court. We will be engaging with our primary and secondary school heads who have refused to pay school fees on e-citizen. They have refused parents. They want to continue writing those receipt books on exercise books. And we are telling them the era of transparency is here. Parents should insist on paying on e-citizen so that, and I want to thank schools that have agreed because they believe in transparency, to get parents to pay on a digital platform. And many other institutions that are still out there. We will go after all of them so that is our exercise for the future. We also need to complete the construction of the 1,450 ICT hubs. We are not doing very well there. We are at about 200 and something. So we will be engaging our members of parliament because they are our partners. The Honorable Kabogo here and his team at ICT will be working with them. We are also developing networks to be able to get more computers because we need close to 150,000 computers to run our ICT hubs across Kenya. So that is going to be our assignment going forward, to work with partners to be able to get possibilities of manufacturing those computers here in Kenya so that servicing becomes easy, and also create local expertise for us developing this space now going into the future. And we will be looking at how we can do this from a whole of government approach. The that I want to talk about is our micro, small, and medium enterprises. As I told you, we had 7 million Kenyans that were, condemned by CRBs, credit rating bureaus, and they couldn't transact. They couldn't do much because they were rated as very dangerous people. We worked with the MNOs and we managed to get these Kenyans out of the net. And the reason why these Kenyans were all in CRBs was because they were paying interest rates of up to 300%. We have since changed and provided what we committed to the Hustler Fund. And Hustler Fund gives credit to borrowers at 8% per year, down from 300% to 8% per year. We have lent 65 billion shillings under that framework. And we have improved the credit ratings of citizens. A presentation was presented to us here today that Hustler Fund has become the nursery school for creditworthiness. That is when people discover that being creditworthy is necessary. And as a result, we are now transitioning 1.6 million of these borrowers. Now they can be lent to by banks because they have established a credit history that is credible. We are looking at some of the graduates of Hustler Fund. Today, we have a new product called the Bridge Loan, where those who have established a good credit rating can now borrow up to 150,000 shillings without any security of whatever nature, just on account of their credit worthiness or credit history. And again, on the Hustler Fund platform, we are now rolling out the Nyota program with the World Bank, where the intention, and my good friend Oparanya there, with his PS, Madam Mangeni, and my good friend Jacobs, there, the PS for Youth, are working around the clock with our partners in the World Bank, because we have agreed that many of these small business people that have managed to graduate into business enterprises, we are picking 100,000 of them and giving them, together with the World Bank, a grant of 50,000 shillings each one of them. And we will be spending 5 billion shillings to support young people, women. And we have made sure that it covers every part of the country. 70 small business people will be identified in every ward in Kenya to be beneficiaries of this program as we upscale the micro, small, and medium enterprise space into creditworthiness and improving their businesses. And finally, what we discussed this morning and afternoon is matters to do with young people of our nation and jobs. We all agree as a nation that creating jobs or unemployment is a problem that we must solve. We have discussed unemployment for many years. Every election cycle, we are talking about unemployment. But we all know that jobs cannot happen. They must be created. Some deliberate, intentional policies must be put in place to create jobs. And we have interrogated our plan on creating jobs. And we have the following to say. We did make a policy decision that we were going to roll out our housing program. And our housing program, apart from it being a constitutional imperative under Section 43 of the Constitution, apart from it being about dignified living, and having the history that we do, that was passed for the first time 60 years ago. The same time Malaysia passed their housing law, the same time Singapore passed their housing law, we passed our housing law. But today, the situation in Singapore, Malaysia, and all the others is different from the situation in our country. While 90-something% of the citizens are home owners, 7 million people in Kenya live in slums. And we only have 30,000 mortgages for people to own homes. That is the difference between transformation and the lack of it. So, and as we all know, as the people of Kenya, we have discussed matters of unemployment, but we haven't quite provided credible policy interventions that create known numbers of jobs. So this time round, as an administration, we decided to have 4 different programs One is housing. So when we talk about housing, it's not just about getting people out of slums. It is not about getting people who are in the middle class to own homes instead of renting them. It is not just about decent living. It's about jobs. We have rolled out, as you all know, our housing program. And today we have 250,000 young people working, women and men working in our housing program. We have 150,000 houses under construction. 11,000 are ready. We will be giving them out in the course of the year, and they will continue to be ready as we go. And we are continuing to advertise. We have a pipeline of 700,000 jobs, 700,000 housing units that are in the pipeline. Already 50,000 are under construction. The others are in different stages. Some are undergoing design, others are undergoing very different stages in our plan. We see this sector continuing to be a growth sector. The numbers working in affordable housing can only increase because as of 2022, we had a shortage of 2 million houses. And therefore, this, even at the rate of 200,000 houses every year, we need between 15, 20, 25 years to be able to catch up with the deficit that exists in affordable housing. So we will continue to see new jobs in the affordable housing space of different categories. Architects are doing their part, engineers are doing their part, masons, carpenters, plumbers, and many others, and everybody in between are making their contribution. It is our intention that we will get more Kenyans to own homes of what is Kenya, and that we will remove more people from our slums and create decent livelihoods. It is true that if you go to any city today in Kenya, whether it is Garissa, Wajir, and I was there, Kiambu, Mombasa, Kitui, Machakos, Kisumu, Homa Bay, name it, Eldoret, Nakuru, the largest estate city. We have 250,000 people working. We are building accompanying infrastructure, institutional housing. Affordable housing is changing the landscape of Kenya in a very dramatic and significant way. And this is just 2 years. 2 years. Tell me what's going to happen in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. You will not recognize this country. That is the reality of transformation. We know that it was difficult to do this initially, but I think we are beginning to appreciate that this was not about talk. This was not just about promise. This was about what we wanted to do to transform our nation. Apart from affordable housing, and we are seeing results, and I'm confident that the situation we are if there is an asset we have as a nation, it is the Kenyan people and their talents and knowledge and expertise. The best human capital we have from this continent comes from Kenya. Ask anybody. Minimal supervision, very good English, you know. And that is the comment that comes from everywhere, from every employer, anywhere in the world. So this jewel that we have, we want to not only use it to drive our own development, but we also want to make a global workforce out of this very important asset that we have. And therefore, we provided pathways and avenues for Kenyans, not just to work at home, but to work as a global professional workforce. We had agents, about 1,600 agents, who had corrupted the whole place, stealing from this one, taking people to weird places, you know, doing all manner of wrong things. We didn't have a coordinated government approach. We hadn't signed bilateral labor agreements with where these Kenyans were going. So we had confusion in that space. So what did we do? Diaspora to work with the Ministry of Labor to ensure that Kenyans living abroad are attended to by the government of Kenya. Number two, we streamlined the National Employment Authority. And we deregistered close to 1,000 agents whose conduct suffered integrity. Remove them from participating in that space. We also digitized the space on labor mobility and demanded that all the jobs were available that are available to Kenyans be put on a portal where government can see and those seeking opportunities can see. Today, you have it on that portal and you can see it for yourself. We also decided that we are going to support the Kenyans who want to go abroad. If they don't have money for a passport or a ticket, we're going to support them. So we instructed the National Youth Fund. We have now also brought on board Uwezo Fund. I hope the agreements have been concluded, Matamangeni, completed. Uwezo Fund, so that Kenyans who have been given an opportunity to work outside Kenya can, with ease, find their way out. And we now have a database of Kenyans going to work abroad. Imagine we didn't have a database of Kenyans going to work abroad. We didn't even know who was working where. And that is why we just got reports of so-and-so is in dispute. So today it is mandatory for those going to work outside Kenya that we must know them, we must know where they are going to work, we must validate that the job that they are going to do exists, and we must know who the employer is. So, as a result, over the last 2 years, 400,000 Kenyans have found their way into jobs outside Kenya. Let me repeat, because sometimes we say things and people are wondering. 100,000 have gone to work outside Kenya. To our development, they are sending money to Kenya. In fact, in the supplementary budget, we have added 100 million shillings. I hope, Kipto, we did that. Mbadi, did you sign it off? Yes. Mbadi has, in this supplementary budget, just for the next 1 month, we have provided 100 million shillings to youth fund to facilitate people who want to go and work outside Kenya. The third item that, as an administration, we have rolled out as a policy, this is deliberate. You know, housing is deliberate. Labor mobility is deliberate. Is digital jobs. We have rolled out a comprehensive program with our G2 labs. Every TVET and some other institutions today where students in our TVETs take 2-3 hours, they work online, they earn money. I told you about the ICT hubs that we are working on. We have 280 already built. We have another 1,200 to go. That's the space we need to up our game. But already 180,000 Kenyans are working on the digital space. And the numbers speak to it. You know, remittances that come from Kenyans working abroad and Kenyans working on the digital platform has gone up by $1 billion in the last 2 years. Together, I will tell you, our remittance was $4 billion. By February this year, it was $4.95 billion. Remittance. That is money coming from Kenyans either working abroad or working online. So, again, deliberate. And there is more that is happening in the internet. There are more people earning serious money in the internet than the pornography and the insults and all the other things that are going on there. There is more. And that is where we should be going. And we are looking at other interventions. We have what we call climate works. Again, because of the climate challenges and what we need to do about our environment, we are again rolling out another 110,000 opportunities for Kenyans to work in the climate work space, to work with us. Already 20,000 in Nairobi City are, and we've just advertised opportunities for 110,000, and they will begin working from when Alice and Hinga, when are they? 1st of July. So from 1st of July, we will have another 110,000 young people coming to work in the climate works space. And we're looking at what we can also do in the space around value addition and agro-processing. And so going into the future, we will want to improve. What are we going to do going into the future around the job creation program? We will step up our housing program. We will also expand the number of bilateral labor agreements. The Honorable Musalia Mudavadi here is leading our team in signing more bilateral labor agreements with more countries to give us more opportunities for Kenyans to work abroad. We are scaling up some of the bilateral labor agreements that were signed before, so that we now have skilled workers, professional workers. That is our next trajectory, so that we can renegotiate some of the bilateral labor agreements and ensure that professional cadres can be accommodated. We are also working on making sure that more Kenyans can speak more than one language. German, Chinese, French, Spanish. That's our next horizon, and the Ministry of Diaspora is working with different institutions. That KMTC, for example, is beginning to teach. Is that correct, Mudoni?
Yes, sir. We are teaching French, German, Amharic, and Arabic.
Right. So that is the next horizon. We're going to make Kenyans truly global citizens, that they can work anywhere. So that is the next horizon we are working on. Looking at our special economic zones, making sure that we expand the capacities in our special economic zones, expanding capacities in our county aggregation and industrial parks for processing, for value addition, and that is why we will be removing taxes in this budget on packaging material for both coffee, tea, and other commodities, so that instead of exporting our tea and coffee, largely tea on sacks or in sacks, we will be exporting them packed in packages that go to the supermarket. That we are working on. We are also looking at expanding new markets for our products, so that as we do value addition and agro-processing, we'll be looking at new markets. As you know, we have last year the Economic Partnership Agreement we signed with the 26 countries or 27 countries in the EU came into force. We have the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi just came from FOCAC meeting between Africa and China. And you remember I was in China a few months ago, and I did agree with the Chinese president that we need to open markets. And I'm very happy that progress has been made. Subsequent, that now our continent will have duty-free or tariff-free access to a 1 billion people market. So we're expanding markets for our macadamia, our avocados, our tea, our coffee, because we have premier products that we can drive. So I told you there are 7 areas we have already assessed from this morning, and I thought we should brief good people from the media and Kenyans on what this cabinet retreat is about. And just to assure us that we just crossed over the midterm, and we now have an energized, broad-based government, and we are confident the broader goodwill, with a broader infusion of ideas and synergies created, we can accelerate the momentum for the delivery. Let me repeat this for the
Thank you, media. We'll just give you a few minutes so that you can exit from the room.
the men and women in boats. They are commanded to defend and protect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Republic of Kenya. Their bravery knows no limits.
Make a man go through the wall without breaking the wall.
Laziness, it is not in our vocabulary.
But what are their stories, their tales? Military Tales, every Saturday at 9 p.m. with Ben Troy Joe.
You must go and see Tiff in hospital.
Yeah. Does she need blood, by the way, or maybe food? We need to take for her.
Maybe go and see.
Wait. What about Malaika?
It's not a story for her.
Yes, story ya siku ingine.
I see you've come out from your hiding place.
Where is the baby?
Please have a seat.
Jill, I did not come here to have a seat, okay? Where is Malaika?
Ta-da!
Hey.
Auntie Jill, you lost the game.
How now?
You forgot to look for me.
Oh, I forgot to look for you. And what did we say about losers?
Losers will be always losers.
You know what? Come here, Mom.
No.
Why is that?
Auntie Jill, I said I don't talk to you.
You know what? Auntie Jill was playing a game. This game is called...
Is called what?
Do you remember I told you I'll take you to the mall and then you can pick out any dolls you want?
Yes.
Okay, which is your favorite doll?
Moana doll.
That's a very good choice. Give me a high five.
Come in.
There you go. So, I have to speak to Auntie Jill, go outside, stay with Auntie Shiro, and then when I'm done with her, I'll come back and pick you up, okay?
Can Auntie Jill come with us? I like her a lot.
No, Auntie Jill loves it here. She has to work all day.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
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 Kisaka ni nini na wewe? Tutamwangusha tena. Maadhe, mtu mwajiri hapa. Akiumia, mnapanga sana kufanya kazi. Atibangi? Wewe Kisaka, hebu mleteni hapa mnilisha kwa kitanda. Kuja mlete hapa. Pole. Aya, mtoe viatu. Mtoe viatu Kisaka. Lakini Tiffany, kusema tu kweli, yaani nyinyi mlikuwa mnaendesha gari kama mmelewa. Hadi pange ulikuwa unavuta. Bangi Kisaka. Huyu angekuwa anavuta bangi, si angekuwa ashapelekwa madhara. Maana huyu hujui vizuri. Huyu hata kuuza nadhani anauza. Is it true, Tiffany? Tutampigia simu. Tunaongea naye.
Hebu mwambie nataka kuongea naye.
You know? Look here, Madame or Aunt Jill. You need to realize one thing. Whatever is going on between me and you need to keep her off it. I don't know if you've heard, but Malaika has been through much more worse. Keep Malaika out of this, okay?
You know what, Ruth? You really underestimate me.
What am I supposed to think when you use her like that? What am I supposed to think of you?
How else will I get another Njuguna? And besides, I'm sure you don't want Isha to know that you lost track of the baby, right? And besides, I'm family. I can never do anything to Malaika. I just wanted you back.
Hey Ruth, huyu atajaumia, ametwist tu mguu. Akona vidonda 2-3 kwa kichwa, lakini tusipeleke kwa kazi juu atauliwa. Hata niko kwa Millicent Gate.
Okay, just tell her I'm gonna come and talk to her. So, okay, bye.
So?
Don't worry, she's not badly injured. Just a few bruises and a scratch on her face.
Oh, poor face.
Don't worry, she's on Njuguna.
I'll check her later. You can join in.
Let me do this. I'll go tell Kathy that I have to go see Tiffany, and then I'll come. Sawa?
Will she buy that even?
Kathy, that woman, would do anything to let one of her offsprings run J&J. You know her.
I am so not looking forward to becoming her daughter.
You and me neither. You know? Anyway. So, how far are you with Onyi?
I have no leads about him, but whoever has him must be very powerful.
The Barassas, I'm so sure.
If I may ask, I want you to be totally honest with me.
Shoot.
Wacha tusome basi ya Bible, tusikie vile Bible inasema. In my distress, I cried unto the Lord, and he heard me. Deliver my soul, O Lord, from lying lips and from the deceitful tongue. What shall be given unto thee, or what shall be done unto thee? Now, the Bible says that we need to depend on the Lord. Sawa sawa. Wachana na maneno ya kukunywa pombe kabisa na maneno ya drugs. Tiffany, you need to stop that.
But I wasn't even drunk.
Na uongo pia haitakusaidia.
But I'm not lying.
Tiffany, unajua, I think this is even more serious than I thought. Yani, you're denying everything. I can see that you're drunk. Huh? Unakunywa madawa, unakunywa sijui nini. Ama you need una need rehab wewe, si ndio? You need to go to a rehab. Tiffany, ni nini unataka kulia sasa?
Because no one loves me. And I miss Dad. At least he used to know where I was every time. Mom hasn't called me for the past 2 days. I don't even think she knows that you guys are hiding me. No one cares.
Excuse Tiffany, I care about you and I love you very much. And I know your heart is heavy. And you know what, I think I know what you need. You need peace. So give me a minute, let me go and call somebody.
No, are you calling Mom?
No, I'm not calling your mom. Just give me a minute, I'm coming back.
I understand that Baraza's main aim was to take down J&J, right? Even to a point of baiting Isha. So, if I was in your shoes, I'll try and out him.
Just get straight to the point. Are you trying to insinuate that I had something to do with his death? No, I didn't, okay?
But you know who did?
Jill, I told you I don't.
I have my answer.
You know what? How about you just share your strategy with me? I mean, we're both here to save J&J.
Not until you stop with these stupid games of yours. We are the Njugunas, have similar brains. I'm even one step ahead of you.
Cut with all this. We are both here to save J&J. How do I know you're not here to avenge your mother? I know Joel had a history of mistreating his mistresses. So, I just don't know if you're here just for his
money?
Precisely.
You finally got it off your chest.
Coming to think of it, even Kathy doesn't know your mother's whereabouts. We just don't know your intentions, actually.
Lakini sikuoa mtoi wa Joel ni noma.
Sio joa bado.
Hii ni unaniambia na unajua kuna mtoi.
Vile umeleta historia ya kuoa nikakumbuka hata hujaleta mahari bado.
Wewe sorry hizo man.
Hope utaleta Jill juju ya kukidnap mtoto.
Mbona? Nani alimwambia achukue mtu wangu in the first place? Na kwanza huyo Shiro, acha tutapatana.
Tutapatana. Wacha nifunze kitu.
Hiyo ni kunibeba aje.
Sometimes when you choose a card to play with. Also sometimes let other people to win less game and you to wait a bigger game to win.
Sasa. Unataka nikanyagwe hadi lini?
Wacha nikwambie hivi. Usi give up, ndio malaika. Jill kukidnap mtoto. Hakuwa anataka kumuumiza juu alikuwa anangoja rudi.
Wewe hiyo ni kutumiwa vibaya. Na hata wewe mwenyewe unajua.
Hizo vitu ukua hadi majuu.
Sasa, hebu nikuulize kitu. Wewe unakuanga butler, unakuanga wochi, ama unakuanga nini huko?
Na mbona nyinyi upenda kuchukia watchman sana? Unaona mafala ni mafala?
Hapana, si hivyo. Ni juu in your case, inaka wewe ni mjanja sana.
Nimefanyia familia miaka mingi. Na Joel ananitrust tu sana.
Hiyo ni poa. Just go.
Sawa.
Mom, so I need you to do one thing for me. Go run in there and tell Shushu Kathy that I'm gonna come to see her, okay?
No, Aunt will come with you.
I know, but I have to go to work and Auntie Jill called me already.
Okay.
But do you want more dolls?
No, I want a princess bed.
Okay, that's awesome. And remember, princesses don't frown. Good girl. Okay, give me a high five. There you go. Okay, so run inside and tell her what I told you, okay? Okay, one last thing. Come here. Mwah. Good girl. Okay, run along.
Millicent. Hey, Pastor. How are you? Umefika eh? Na si umenipotelea sana.
Niko.
Okay, hata mimi niko salama.
Unaendeleaje hapa?
Niko salama lakini nina shida kidogo tu. Huyu msichana mdogo wa Kathy hako hapa.
Sister Millicent. Do you think it's right to stay with your co-wife's daughter?
But I'm not staying with her. Wacha wenda kuelezea the reason why she's here.
It's not okay.
Look, the kid is troubled. Na mimi naona hizi madawa mamake ni kama anatumia mitishamba. Na hizo dawa ndio zinamrudia.
Remember, it's not good to judge.
Nimekuambia this kid is troubled and that's why I've called you here, nataka tumuombe si wote. Manake maombi tu ndio itamsaidia. So nimekuita ukuje tumuombe.
Na ni nini exactly inamfanya?
Si ndio nataka uongee naye, labda atakwambia. si ndio?
Haya, twende tukamwone.
Hello? I swear there are no cabs here. Hata sijui kwa nini nilikubali mwende na gari yangu. No, don't come to get me. Remember, I need you as close to Mike as possible. Hey.
Hello, Ruth.
Yes, the baby is fine.
Hiyo ni poa.
But I need you to do one thing for me.
Tiffany, how are you feeling now? Better? Now, this is my friend, Pastor, a very good friend of mine. And Pastor, this is Tiffany, my daughter. Pastor, amekuja kukuombea. Yeah.
So, Tiffany, you'll be okay. So we can pray. Let us pray. Almighty and everlasting Father, Lord, we come before you this particular time. We thank you for the provision of life. I put your child Tiffany unto your hands, Jehovah Lord. She's ailing. I'm asking that, Lord, you may cover her with thy able hands, Jehovah Lord. All I ask, trusting and believing in the name of Jesus Christ.
Amen. Amen.
Mimi najua kazi ananitafuta. Unajua kana yeye ni noma. Acha baki uangalie Tifu.
Haina noma. Wewe usijali.
Lakini usimwacha kaka solo.
Usijali. Tifu is in safe hands.
So my daughter, if you want to receive the Lord today, I'm here for you.
That's a yes.
No, it has to come from her, Millicent.
Look, you need Jesus right now. He has saved you. Can't you see? Your friends are in the ICU. Huh? You need to receive Jesus today.
I don't even understand what's happening.
Exactly. That's the feeling you get when you want to be saved, my daughter.
It's okay, Sister Millicent. Let's give her a chance to decide.
You know what, Tiffany? You can be Kathy's savior.
Amen.
And I tell you, drugs is not going to be your portion.
Amen.
Drinking is not going to be your portion.
Amen.
Lying is not going to be your portion.
Amen.
Let us pray again. Bring your hand. Dear Heavenly Father, I come before you this time, Father, to thank you. And Father, I pray that you may help her to stop drinking, to stop going around with that crazy group, to stop lying, Jehovah, Father. I pray all this through Jesus Christ, our Lord.
Amen.
Amen. Now you're going to be better, and believe you me, Jesus is Lord.